Welcome, travelers. Welcome again. Welcome to episode 744 of these very strange and peculiar Bible study devotionals that we're trying to accomplish, trying to devote some time into, as well as learning more of the frustrations as well as the mysteries of Flatland BMX, which for some odd reason, some of these tricks they don't even have a how-to for. It's so weird because there's some tricks I've been noticing that some flat riders are doing, and there's no how-tos on how to do them. I'm just like, what in the world? How are you guys do you guys just grind to learn these tricks? And which I actually think, I've been watching some older Flatland videos, and what's actually funny is that there used to be, like before, I think even prior to the internet, there were these little sects of Flatlanders, right? And they would, like one person in their little group would like learn how to do a trick and then teach it to the other the other members and stuff like that. And it's just so funny because I'm wondering if that is occurring as of now with some of these more obscure Flatland tricks. But I honestly find them very fun to try and learn. Now, I have been told that some people are more prone to the front wheel or the back wheel. And there is this one dude, Matthias, he had one video, he said he wanted to kind of like equalize it. So he wanted to learn, a bunch of front wheel tricks, but also a bunch of back wheel tricks. And that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm going to be honest, I feel like the front wheel tricks, I don't know what about it. I feel like they're way harder. They just take much more time to learn for some reason. But yeah, anyway. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that after maybe an hour or so. So if you guys don't want to listen to these very these very awkward Bible studies that we do, even though most of the people even watch this stream, I barely even know any BMX riders on Twitch. That's the hilarious thing. But there are some. So there are some, and that's cool. But yeah, we're going to try and just peer into God's Word. And actually today what we're going to do is we're going to, yesterday was one of these weird days where we somehow comboed a lot of verses out just reading into John 15. But now I actually wanted to cover it and just read a bunch of commentaries and just see what are these other believers throughout the ages? What sort of combos did they find? And I'm actually, what's actually really interesting now is I'm actually curious. Have the combos of the olden days, like the believers thousands of years ago, did they find different combos from their subjective level of their living status or their humanity that they were surrounded by? I really don't know, right? But I find it very interesting. And we're going to just get into that. And we're also probably going to get into a drawing stream. I've been really trying to figure out, the thing is, I also been getting, I know some of you guys have been asking me why I'm not playing the video games. Thing is I've actually kind of landlocked myself out of, because I know, if you guys didn't know, I actually used to stream WoW for probably like an entire year. I used to play WoW for an entire year. I barely got any views though. Honestly, there would be some video I didn't even get a single view because my computer's kind of like a potato, right? And I did get a laptop, which I have that laptop right there, and I probably could play WoW. I probably could stream WoW a bit. But the thing is, I need to get the Ethernet plug-in cable thing, which is completely weird because it's so weird that I can stream on this phone. By the way, if you guys don't know, streaming on the phone or just maybe even just a camera, but just just using your phone camera, it's probably the least amount of internet that you can use. Because, if you're playing a game, you have to have like the processor speed and you have to, the game takes up a lot of the internet and stuff like that. So it's actually really crazy that just doing these IRL streams, they actually take up, I think, the least amount of internet. Now, I might not be completely positive on that, but I think that's how it is. So if you guys are interested, right? And the other thing about when I played WoW is I had to lower all my settings. So it was basically, I was like, is just, I don't know, man, because I see the other, like, you see those really gnarly streamer guys that are streaming, like, the video game, they have their settings to, like HD quality and stuff, and I'm, like, playing at, like, 360, like, quality, so I feel like that's why a lot of people don't like that. But the other thing is, so, yeah, I've kind of landlocked myself out of, playing. It's also because I kind of want to get back into drawing, and I feel like if I started playing, which I do play WoW every now and then. It's like I don't play it as much as I used to, but I do play it every now and then, right? But I think I just wouldn't draw as much, and I probably wouldn't write as much, or even do these Bible studies as much. But shout outs to you guys that are into that, and you guys have the capabilities to do that, because hopefully we can try and give glory to the Lord in anything that we're doing. Whether we eat or whether we drink, let us do it for the glory of God. Now let's get into this Bible study. We're going to get into John 15:2. We're going to read some commentaries on it, right? Because I was just like reading it over again. I'm like, man, that is such a weird verse about like God pruning our life, or just pruning us so that we would bear more fruit, right? Now, but what I'm kind of wondering, right? Because I was like really pondering that yesterday, or just like last night. I was just like really thinking about that, right? And now some other believers have brought up some other questions that I'm actually kind of curious on, right? Is like, what happens if the fruit of the Spirit is being brought up in people that don't even believe? What if people are bearing the fruit of the Spirit and they don't even believe in God? What if they don't even do? What if they don't even, like, could people that don't even believe bear the fruit of the Spirit? I'm actually wondering, right? And it's just kind of strange, right? Just now I was like, wow, I don't know how to answer that. And I'm wondering, okay, so I know that we are to bear much of the fruit of the Spirit, right? Which is like love, peace, patience, forbearance, kindness, gentleness, and stuff like that. But it is weird thinking that some other believers have brought up, well, could, people that don't even believe just be bearing the same sort of fruit, if that's the only fruit that we are to bear? Or are there different definitions of what fruits we are to bear for Christ, or something like that? And that's kind of what I wanted to maybe get into, like maybe what are fruits in some sense. We're going to get into this verse again. I know it's kind of weird because yesterday we went into this chapter, but I just want to I'm still confused a bit, right? I'm confused. Is just the fruit of the Spirit the only thing we're supposed to bear? Are we supposed to bear some other things? Oh, my bad. I haven't looked at the chat. Let's see here. Here to encourage a brother daily for till he is affiliate. Oh my goodness. You don't got to do that, Creative Fit, but I really appreciate it. I actually think I'm almost there, honestly. The thing is, I've been very, very close. But the other thing is, I've been hearing other people, they say that once they get affiliate, it actually hurt their channel. So I'm kind of like still on the edge. What do you think? Do you think I should just turn it on or something? Because I've been hearing other people, and they said it actually hurt their channel. And then some people, like some people that I've heard, they said that you should turn it on when you have like 100 viewers or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if that's completely the case, but I've been trying to just do it naturally and stuff like that. In the beginning, I was kind of about it, but honestly, at this point, I really don't care if there's like a bunch of people that watch this stream, or if there's just even just one person that watches the stream. Because honestly, man, I use this stream to just almost just catch these clips really fast. It's like way faster for me to because if you download the Twitch app, right, and you just start streaming, you basically have unlimited storage, right? It's you've unlocked the unlimited storage device if you download the Twitch and you start streaming on your phone, right? And it just makes it so much easier for me to even just capture a clip, dude. All I have to do is, you guys see me when I land a clip, I'm just like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna make it a highlight. Boom, I just make it a highlight. Boom, I have my clip right there, right? Whereas like on this phone right here, like I've said many times, I don't have much memory on this phone, right? I have to literally set this up. I can only film this thing for maybe like 10 minutes before I have to delete clips. I have to edit I have to chop them all down and stuff like that. And it just takes up a lot of time, right? And it's just so much faster just being like, boom, I just have to press one button and boom, I got my clip going. Oh, let's see here. Yes, we all came from God. Bible says we return to God. Oh, interesting, huh? This is an interesting one, right? It kind of reminds me of like something dust we will return to or something like that. Or is that Adam? I think that might be Adam, right? Let's read this verse again. Every branch in me that
Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away. And every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes, that it may bear more fruit, right? Now, see, that verse is really interesting. I'm just like wondering, like, how are we to bear even more fruit? Like, so what if you were already bearing lots of the fruit of the Spirit, right? Are we just going to be bearing more of that just all the time? Like, you know, or just like, I don't know. And it's weird because also when we go down into the chapter, it says this verse right here, which kind of confuses me. By this my Father is glorified, that ye bear much fruit, and so prove to be my disciples, right? It's interesting. So we're going to look that up. I mean, I guess let's just look that up. Let's look up what are fruits in the Bible. Like, what does this mean? Like, what does it mean? I'm going to look that up right now. What are fruits in John 15? Let's look that up because that's what I'm curious on. John 15, right? I wonder if any of these things are going to... Okay, let's see here. I don't know which one I should read. We might read that one. I know that biblical hermeneutics, Stack Exchange. I know these guys get pretty deep into it. I've read a couple of them. So let's see what they're going to say. I know some people say some pretty interesting stuff on this one. So, I mean, they're bringing up John 15:5, bring forth or carry / support fruit. So we're going to read this. I've never read this before. I'm just curious what sort of, because I understand, right? Let's look up the fruit of the Spirit. I understand that we're supposed to be bearing lots of the fruit of the Spirit, right? Fruit of the Spirit, which I don't think I've actually, I'm trying to remember all of them. And all of them are these ones right here. Love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control, right? So these are fruits that we should be bearing lots of. And if we think into John 15, you know, God is actually going to prune us so we actually gain more of all this stuff. So I think, honestly, I think the big one that I notice from a lot of believers, I mean, I guess earnest believers, and this is my own opinion, me personally, but I think this one always just like stands out. Like it almost like shines and radiates on a believer's life. And it's always joy, right? And it's something I always have to remember, right? It's joy, right? Joy is such an interesting one, right? And also, I think where the rubber meets the road as well, when I think about joy, is also in James, right? And I've brought this verse up a lot, right? Is that in James, he says that we are to rejoice in our trouble, like in our tribute, or let's actually just look it up so I don't butcher the verse. I think it's in James 1 somewhere, and it says that we are to look at our trials with joy. And it's such a hard thing to do. And I've tried to remember this verse, but I will confess, this verse is super hard to actually apply to your life. It really is. Because sometimes when you do go into a trial or a tribulation, joy is actually probably the last thing you want to even think about. I'm going to be completely honest. That's what I think about sometimes. The thing is, I feel like it's because I don't have this verse in my mind, right? I don't have it like complete. I don't even see, I didn't even completely memorize it. I don't actually even have it completely memorized in my mind. I actually have to go in here and actually see it, right? But it's also this one, right? And I think it's just so interesting, right? This is, I feel like, where it really meets the road. Like, I'm wondering, like, if it's actually very interesting reading this verse right here and then just contemplating. Imagine kind of maybe seeing some believers that are going through a trial or tribulation, and just maybe if you could observe, are they getting angry? Are they getting, you know, totally frustrated? Are they getting are they just blowing up, right? Are they just like just going crazy, right? Because also what's weird about in James is James says, he actually brings up a very big point about anger does not produce the righteousness of God. Now I have remembered this one, right? And this verse, it's so weird because this verse actually changed my life. I mean, I'm going to be flat out on it. I mean, I feel like this verse changed a lot about how I view a lot of things, right? So it says, for the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. Now it's crazy, like now it sounds kind of crazy, but I've tried to just memorize this verse, and every time I get into that tipping point of like you getting completely upset that bleeds into anger or something like that, I try and remember this verse, right? because it's just, it's anger is definitely something. And it's also, there's actually another element about anger that I remember. And there's actually another verse that says, do not let the sun go down on your anger because you give the devil a foothold, which is actually so interesting to think. Let's look that verse up. So, I am not making that verse up. There's actually a verse that says that, right? Do not, let's see here. Don't give the devil a foothold, which it's so weird to really think that that is an element of how Satan uses people's lives, man. It's almost like, if we think about that, let me just bring up the verse right here, right? Let's see here. I think it's Ephesians 4:26. Let's see here. Let me click on it real quick. Come on, buddy. It's not loading up in here. Here's the 4:27 verse, but I'm trying to get to the other one. Man, this thing ain't even loading. I don't even know what's wrong with this thing. Why isn't it loading? I'm gonna have to just go in here. Let's look at it. Let's just find the verse, since that thing's lagging out on me. I'm gonna have to just find the verse. It's in. We can. If you want to know the verse, we're gonna go into Ephesians. Ephesians 4:26. Let's see here. Ephesians 4:26. Let's find it. Where is it? Ephesians 4:26. Okay, here we go. It says, "Be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your anger, and give no opportunity to the devil." What's actually interesting is because, the other verses, they say don't give the devil a foothold. And it's really strange thinking about that, because I'm wondering, does Satan somehow use people's emotions against them? It's very strange to think about, right? But as I started thinking deeper about, just think about all the heinous acts and heinous crimes that have happened because people got angry. If we were to even traverse the prison system, imagine if we were just able to traverse the prison system and just delve into the minds of every individual and just peer. How crazy would it be if you could peer into the very thought in the very moment of some of these people that are in prison, where they exploded in anger, and maybe it started out as a simple argument, and then someone got angry from one another, and then that little seed of anger just grew and grew and grew, and then eventually maybe somebody got out a knife and stabbed somebody or just shot somebody. Bro, it's so sad, because it's so sad to think about that, because what's crazy is that this scenario is probably happening somewhere in the world right as we speak, right? Somebody right now is probably exploding in just sieging rage of anger, man, and they're probably wanting to kill people. I'm physically wanting to harm people, or it's actually really, really strange. And what's also really strange is now you have to take this with a grain of salt, because there isn't really a verse on it, but I have heard some pastors bring it up, and I've heard some pastors say sometimes the most angry people were actually some of the most saddest people in life, right? And it's very weird. It's almost like they have lost their patience for life. And it's almost like, it's very strange, and sometimes it's vice versa. What I've been told is it's actually vice versa. Sometimes the most saddest people become the most angriest people, and sometimes the most angriest people were once the most saddest people. It's just really weird to think about, and I'm like, man, that's so weird, and it's just so strange to me thinking, is there some elements in our life that we can even ponder about how maybe the devil could even use their own emotions against them, right? It's super weird, man, to think about. New Testament also talks about good works. Oh, yeah, that is true, yeah. The New Testament does talk about that a lot. Joy not dependent on circumstances. Interesting. Okay, let's read this thing about fruit. I have no idea how I got into anger. Oh, no, it's because of joy. That's why. We went into this one. We went into this verse. I didn't even read it. "Count it all joy, my brothers, when you meet trials of various kinds. For you know that the testing of your faith produces steadfastness, and let steadfastness have its full effect, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing." Dude, this one right here, dude, I need to just underline it. I'm going to underline it again, because this one, bro, because I'm it is part of the fruit of the Spirit, right? Joy, but Can we have joy in the midst of trials, man? That's where the rubber meets the road. I feel like I still struggle with that. Like, even, it's like, it's really hard, but I feel like I need to remember that verse. We need to, even if we're going through trials and tribulation, we need to be somehow even finding the joy in it. And sometimes it even makes me think about gratitude, right? Now, I actually have heard this other believer. He said one way he tried to learn about gratitude, right, is he actually, you have a water bottle, like those like fancy like metal water bottles a lot of people have nowadays. Well, what he did is he actually made a sticker, and he said he put gratitude on his water bottle. So every time he drinks some of the water, he sees that word gratitude, and he's associating that, because what he started talking about is there's people out there that, bro, they don't even have clean drinking water. Like, it's so crazy. Imagine you, now he didn't bring this up, but how crazy would it be if you were just exploding, just seething with rage, just wanting to just explode or something like that, right? And then you grab your water bottle, it says gratitude on there, and you just remember that there are people that in history, and even probably right as we speak, that are just struggling even to get clean drinking water, bro. And it's like, and sometimes I feel like these basic necessities of needs sometimes kind of float away from us, and we totally forget about these base needs, even like this water right here, right? Like, sometimes we forget how of an important commodity this is. Like, we would probably die in 3 or 4 days. Oh, it might be different now, but what I've heard is you would die in 3 or 4 days without water, right? Which is so crazy to think about. And we're just consuming this stuff like it's nothing, right? And it's really strange, and it really makes me think about some other aspects of things that, that's actually what tripped me out when I went out to Long Beach too, is sometimes I would get when I was out there, sometimes I was kind of going, I was super mad at God at that time. It was actually really weird. But what was weird is then I would see these homeless people, and they're just living, bro. Dude, there's people out there that are just living out in the streets, and they're just total, it's just so weird, man. And then it's very strange. We're gonna read this comment, or I guess this is kind of I don't know if this is a commentary. This is a Bible hermeneutics. And I'm just wondering what these people are going to say about that. Bring forth or carry support for it. Let's read this. What is it going to say? In John 15, Jesus uses an example from agriculture to illustrate the relationship between himself and his disciples. Oh, that's interesting. They're bringing up the Greek wordage. They actually I'm pretty sure that's Greek. It's actually very interesting. I am the vine, you are the branches. He who abides in me and I in him, he bears much fruit. From apart from me, you can do nothing. See, what does this mean? This is normally understood as Jesus saying the disciples are branches of the vine himself. When they abide/remain connected to the vine, Jesus will bear/bring forth much fruit. In the natural world, the example is a little awkward, as vines generally produce fruit, not branches, and branches are normally associated with trees and not vines. Okay, let's see. What is this going to say? Let's see here. According to Strong's 5,342, which I have maybe that's a commentary of some sort. I don't know why they're bringing that up, but the word translated bears means to bear, carry, or bring forth. In the context of what Jesus is saying, seeing the word as bring forth means the branches must be connected to the vine to bring forth fruit. The other meaning also fits the context. Bear or carry would mean the disciples are branches which support or carry fruit. Okay, so that's an interesting one. I didn't really think about it that way. Which was produced from the vine. That means the disciples are branches connected to a tree, and a separate vine is growing unto the branches. This is more in line with the natural world, where vines are usually supported and kept off ground to produce fruit. This also fits the teaching of the passage. A disciple can carry vine fruit from Jesus or bring forth their own branch fruit. Branches will be pruned or branch fruit, and thus will be able to carry a greater amount of vine fruit. A branch which is continually pruned will not use any growth to produce fruit. Instead, all its resources will go and becoming a stronger branch and will be able to carry more vine fruit. The vine wraps around the branch as the disciple abides in Jesus. That was very confusing. I ain't even lying. I mean, I can understand. I mean, it's so weird because I never really thought about it that way. Like, why is he's talking about like branches and then like vine? I mean, I can maybe think about that because, you know, when you see like a grapefruit vine, you know how like people have to make like those stake things where the grapes have to hang on. So I guess what he's bringing up is that we need to have like these strong branches for the vine even to be able to. I never thought about it that way, right? Because I'm gonna be real. I kind of forgot that like vines don't really have branches. It's trees that have branches, right? That's just so strange to think about. And that was a strange commentary thing. So let's read up like what are fruits then? Let's read this. Let's see if we can find one. What are fruits in John 15:2? What are fruits in John 15:2? I'm wondering if it's just the fruit of the Spirit, right? See, I guess this first thing comes up, and this is what it says. What it means to bear fruit. It is clear that bearing fruit, the fruit of the Spirit, is the calling of every Christian. I am the true vine, and my Father is the vine dresser. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he takes away. And every branch that bears fruit, he prunes that it may bear more fruit. John 15:1-2. But what was weird is some other believers said, well, what happens if people that don't even need God would be bearing some of the fruits of the Spirit, right? And it's just strange, right? I'm wondering if there's any other fruits we would be bearing, right? Let's read some more of this. I'm just trying to find some other things about this. So we're going to read this one. There's actually another one on biblical hermeneutics. Is the fruit referred to in John 15:5 the same as the fruit of the Spirit? This is actually probably the first one I should have read. But I'm curious what this one's going to say. Okay, let's see here. So, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Now, how would I answer somebody that said, what happens if somebody that doesn't even believe in God bears these things, right? Like, could people that don't even need God be bearing all these aspects of the fruit of the Spirit, right? Now, I don't know how I would answer that, right? But it got me thinking. I was like, man, that's kind of strange, right? So let's keep reading. What is this going to say? However, fruit is also used as a metaphor for offspring, acts, deeds, advantage, and praises presented to God. Okay, interesting. So there's actually other thing, and that's the other interesting thing thinking about fruits, right? And we actually kind of brought that up yesterday about like the Old Testament brings up fruits a lot, but also the New Testament brings up fruits a lot, right? And it is interesting what this is saying is that this person said, fruit is also used. So, I mean, if anybody's curious on this, I think this is kind of important right here. What this guy said right here, right? Fruit is also used as a metaphor for offspring, acts, deeds, advantage, and praises presented to God, right? Interesting. And to gather fruit, i.e. is reaped a harvest into eternal life, as into a granary, is used in a figure discourse of those who by their labors have fitted souls to obtain eternal life. What in the world? What does that mean? What is the primary meaning of fruit in the context which Jesus uses in John 15? Interesting. Now I'm going to read some of these. Now some of these believers are answering certain things, so I'm curious what these guys are going to say. So this guy says, your question leaves much room for debate. In my answer, what I am doing is my best to illustrate that the man Jesus was not regarded as anything more than the current day prophet. Wait, is this even for this question? Jesus' statement in John 15:5 is general enough that it can indeed include the fruit of the Spirit mentioned in Galatians. After all, he said he was departing and sending the Spirit to continue the work. Huh. This is a confusing one. I'm like curious what people would say about this. Huh. This one's like confusing. Let's see here. The fruit of the tree or vine is the end product of all that it has done with what it has consumed, i.e., what has been taken through the roots and foliage. Jesus is saying that is the same with man. Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth forth not good fruit is hewn down and cast in the fire. Wherefore, by the fruits that you shall know them. A good tree produces fruit that is pleasing to the one who planted it. Jesus' teaching in John 15:5 applies generally in regard to any and all words and works, emphatic double negative in the Greek. Whatever things are produced by a man's efforts, the fruit of abiding in Jesus should bring forth glory to the Father, as the fruit of his own efforts just 3 verses later. Now, I feel like if I were to read that with certain believers, I feel like some people would get really weirded out about that, right? Now, this is what this person said, right? Right. Jesus' teaching in John 15:5 applies generally in regard to any and all words and works, right? It's just weird. I feel like if I were to read that to certain believers, they get kind of like tripped out about saying that, because I also want to bring up I don't think that works offer us salvation, right? But I guess in the aspect of anything that has given us glory to the Father, because now it's making me think of Matthew 5:14 through 16, right? So let's go into Matthew 5:14 through 16, which we cover a lot on the stream, right? You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and gives light to all in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven. So I guess that kind of makes sense, because this guy is saying in John 15:5, he also brings up glory, about glorifying the Father, right? By this my Father is glorified, that ye bear much fruit, and so prove to be my disciples. Interesting. Intriguing. Let's keep reading this. What is this going to say? By the way, this is on Bible Hermeneutics. I don't know what people think about this site, so take this with a big grain of salt. I don't know if they're correct or not. I'm just reading it, and I find it interesting. But I do know that these people, they go deep into things. They bring up the Greek, they bring up the Hebrew, they look into the definitions of these words. So these guys definitely do the due diligence, and they're even bringing up the Greek right in there, right? That's what they're even bringing up what the Greek wordage was on John 15, right? Whatever things are produced by a man's efforts, the fruit is abiding in Jesus, should bring forth glory to the Father, as the fruit of his own efforts had. Jesus says so just 3 verses later. Herein is my Father glorified, that ye bear much fruit, so shall ye be my disciples, in John 15:8. So Paul's use of the fruits of the Spirit in Galatians 5:20 through 23 is a specific example of the general principle Jesus was teaching in John 15 and Matthew 7. Paul's 2 sets of contrasting behaviors made it possible for the Christian in Galatia to reflect upon whether or not their work or their words, fruits of their efforts, were pleasing to Jesus, thereby bringing glory to the Father. Okay, so that kind of makes it easy. I mean, I guess that makes it that makes it way. But I feel like even if I were to read that with other believers, I think a lot of believers might get tripped out by seeing the word works, right? I know a lot of believers get tripped out about that word, right? But ultimately, if we're doing it to the glory of the Father, that's what's really mattering right there, right? Huh. That's interesting. So now we're gonna let's look up some different some different commentaries on this. I'm curious what other people would say on this matter, because I honestly don't really know too much. Like, because it's easy to read some of this stuff, but sometimes when I like think deeper about it, I'm like, oh, that's strange. So I'm going to look up what are fruits in the Bible. Okay, let's read this one. I found this one. What is this one going to say? What is the key to bearing fruit as a Christian? Right? This on Got Questions, by the way. Different, totally different site, but I'm curious what they would say on this one. In the natural world, fruit is the result of a healthy plant producing what it has been designed to produce. In Genesis 11 through 12. In the Bible, the word fruit is often used to describe a person's outward actions that result from a condition of the heart. Good fruit is that which is produced by the Holy Spirit. In Galatians 5:20-23 gives us a starting place. The fruit of his Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. The more we allow the Holy Spirit free reign in our lives, the more this fruit is evident. In Galatians 5:16 and 25. Jesus told his followers, I chose you, appointed you so that you may go and bear fruit, fruit that will last. In John 15:16. Righteous fruit has eternal benefit. Jesus told us clearly what we must do to bear good fruit. He said, abide in me, and I in you, as the branch cannot bear fruit of itself unless it abides in the vine. So neither can you unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. He who abides in me, and I in him, he bears much fruit. For apart from me you can do nothing. John 15:4-5. A branch must stay firmly attached to the trunk to stay alive. As disciples of Christ, we must stay firmly connected to him to remain spiritually productive. A branch draws strength, nourishment, protection, and energy from the vine. If it is broken off, it quickly dies and becomes unfruitful. When we neglect our spiritual life, ignore the Word of God, and withhold areas of our lives from the scrutiny of the Holy Spirit, we are like a branch broken off of the vine. Our lives become fruitless, and we need a daily surrender and daily communication and daily, sometimes hourly, repentance and connection with the Holy Spirit in order to walk in the Spirit. Okay, interesting. They're bringing up Galatians 5:16. And the true vine is the only way to bear fruit in old age. In Psalms 92:14, to run and not grow weary. In Isaiah 40:31, and not grow weary in well-doing. I feel like Isaiah 40:31, that's actually a verse I always hear a lot too. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength, and they shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Interesting. So I guess they're bringing up like endurance to keep going. Like, I guess we're supposed to bring forth fruits that last, right? And I feel like that's another aspect of it, right? Okay, what is this going to say now? It's still the same commentary. By the way, I apologize today. Today's actually very kind of confusing. I'm actually confused on this question. That's why that's why we're doing this Bible study. I really don't know, but that's why I'm reading these things, because hopefully I could get a better understanding, right? When I would read that verse, I'm like, interesting, right? What does it mean to bear much fruit, right? And it's so crazy to think that God is going to start pruning us in our life so we just start bearing more fruit for him, right? It's just super strange to think about. I don't know, man. It's just very odd, right? One counterfeit to bearing good fruit is pretense. We can become experts at the routines, the lingo, and acting Christian while experiencing no real power and bearing no eternal fruit. Our hearts remain self-centered and angry and joyless even while we go through the motions of serving God. We can easily slip into the sin of the Pharisees of Jesus' day in judging ourselves by how we think we appear to others and neglecting that secret place of the heart where all good fruit germinates. When we love, desire, pursue, and fear the same things that the rest of the world does, we are not abiding in Christ. Even though our lives may be filled with the church-related activity, and often we don't realize that we are living fruitless lives. In 1 John 2:5-17. Okay, so now it's so strange because now look at it. Now I feel like this commentary is going into some other strange things, right? On the same comment, like check this out. It's literally the same commentary. It's like, right, we just read all this stuff, right? And then it's weird because now it's like going into this weird section down here. We could counterfeit bearing good fruit, and now it's going into this. Our works will be tested by fire. What's weird is we brought that verse up yesterday, and I'm just like, it's so weird thinking about it, right? Our works will be tested by fire, using a metaphor a different metaphor than fruit in 1 Corinthians 3:12 through 15. Says, if anyone builds on this foundation using gold, silver, costly stones, wood, hay, or straw, their work will be shown for what it is, because the day will bring it to light. It will be revealed with fire, and the fire will test the quality of each person's work. If what has been built survives, the builder will receive a reward. If it is burned up, the builder will suffer loss, but yet will be saved, even only as escaping through the flames. Isn't that strange, right? That's so odd to really think about that, right? Now, it's weird because it says, because the day will bring it to light in that verse, right? I guess that what that kind of makes me think of it makes me think of Matthew 5:14 through 16, right? Like, we're supposed to not even be hidden, right? So I guess if something was revealed and, we could, hopefully we would be giving glory to God within it, right? If we were revealed, right? But it's so strange thinking about that. Right, because it makes me think about this verse. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Right? So I guess it makes me think of what are some maybe things in our life that maybe we're maybe not giving glory to God for or something like that. I don't know. It's odd thinking about that. Okay, let's read this last part. It was a very confusing Bible study today, but it's getting kind of deep. I'm sorry if I said anything wrong. I apologize. I feel like, it's like this stuff is like really, it's pretty weighty today. It's pretty heavy today. God is the judge of even our thoughts and motivations. All will be brought to the light when we stand. Dude, they keep bringing up the light, man. I understand this. Maybe I understand this now. I guess it's just being in the light, man. I mean, I guess that's what it means, right? Because, even this commentary brought this up like 3 times already. All will be brought to the light when we stand before him, right? Hebrews 4:12 through 13. A poor widow in a one-room hut can bear as much fruit as a televangelist leading giant crusades if she is surrendering to God in everything and using all he has given her for his glory. As fruit is unique to each tree, our fruit is unique to us. God knows what he has entrusted to each of us and what he expects us to do with it. Luke 12:48. Our responsibility before God is to be faithful with little so that he can trust us with much. Interesting. And that's Matthew 25:21. Interesting. Oh, interesting. They're bringing up Matthew 25. That's so weird that they're bringing up Matthew 25. His master said to him, well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a little. I will set you over much. Enter the joy of your master. So what's actually weird about, a verse that they didn't bring up in Matthew 25 is, I think in Matthew 25 it starts talking about something about one of the servants and they like hide their talent or something like that, right? Where is that? I don't even think I have it underlined. Where is it? Okay, yeah. So here's an interesting one. I'm going to underline it right now. I don't even have it underlined right here. It's Matthew 25:25. You guys should underline this one because I feel like this is kind of an interesting one. Because this commentary keeps saying we're supposed to be in the light or something like that, right? And what's interesting is that in Matthew 25:25, one of the servants or whatever, they say, so I was afraid and went and hid your talent in the ground. Here, have what is yours. Right? So it's like he was hiding. But what's weird about this is that I guess if we're in the light, we're supposed to not be hidden, right? You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden, right? It's just so strange to think about that. This is a very gnarly comment. This is a very gnarly Bible study, by the way. Now, I don't know. By the way, I don't know if this is completely correct. Because I feel like human did write this, so human have capabilities to be wrong. So please take everything that I have said and everything that I have read with a chunk of salt, right? So, but I'd like to think that we're getting a little deeper into all this stuff. Now you know what we're going to do. We're going to just read some commentaries on John 15:2. Let's just read that now, since we understood a little bit about just fruits, right? So let's go into John 15:2 commentaries. What is this going to say? Because ultimately, yeah, we should be giving glory to God in whatever we're doing, right? Let's look up that verse real quick. Whether we eat or drink, do all to the glory of God. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do, do it all for the glory of God. Man, that is such a gnarly verse, huh? Okay, John 15:2. Let's read some commentaries on this. We're going to read some older commentaries, by the way. Every branch in me that beareth not fruit, he taketh away. And every branch that beareth fruit, he purgeth, that it may bring forth more fruit. Now, I also want to say something that these commentaries didn't bring up. Or I guess not some commentary. Actually, the end of that last commentary kind of did, right? Is I feel like this is kind of subjective to every believer's life personally, right? Because not every believer's life is the same. We all just don't look the same. All of us have different paths. We're going through different things in the present. We're going through different, all of us, right, differently, right? And it's just very interesting thinking about the things that God takes away and the things that God is kind of maybe even pruning in our lives so that we would bear more fruit, right? Inquisitive human questioner, welcome. Today's a very hard Bible study. It seems like it's such an easy... I'm not going to lie. I feel like when I got into this one, I was like, okay, this is going to be an easy Bible study. Because yesterday, it was almost like the complete opposite. Yesterday was like full-on combo day. But as I started like thinking deeper and deeper upon John 15, there were some questions that arose. And especially some other questions that some believers brought up as well. But now it's making more sense, right? Do I celebrate Christmas? I guess I do. I guess I don't really celebrate it like most people. But we're going to read some of these commentaries on this. Ellicott's commentary on John 15:2. Every branch in me that beareth not fruit, he taketh away. The two chief duties of the vine dresser, cutting off all fruitless tendrils and cleansing those that bear fruit, supply illustrations of the training of human souls by the divine husbandman. We are not to interpret these words as they frequently have been interpreted by the unbelieving world, but of Christians in name who claim to be branches of the true vine. These the husbandman watcheth day by day. He knoweth them and readeth their inner realities of their lives. And every one that is fruitless he takes away. And every branch that beareth fruit he purgeth. Better he cleanseth. Comparisons in Hebrews 1:3. This means in the natural vine the cutting off of shoots which run to waste, and the removal of every eviscerence which hinders the growth of the branch. It means the spiritual training and checking of natural impulses and affections, and removal of everything, even though it be a pang sharp as the edge of a pruner's knife, which can be misdirected or weaken the energy of the spiritual life, and thus diminishes its fruitfulness. A vine which has been pruned, here a tendril cut off, and there one bent back, Here a shoot that seemed a fairest promise to the unskilled eye, unsparingly severed by the vine dresser, who sees it worthless. Here a branch in itself good, made to yield its to one place that is better, and itself trained to fill another place. Such as familiar picture of the natural vine, such also a wisdom higher than ours is the picture of human life. Man, that commentary seemed really confusing. I feel like some of these commentaries, they just use so many words, and it just feels like, I don't know, man. Like that one, I feel like that one didn't really answer any of the questions that I had. But let's read another one. What is this other one going to say? What's the Benson commentary going to say on John 15:2? Every branch in me, true believers who by faith have an interest in and union with Christ, are the branches of the vine here spoken of. Though as the place of their abode, their religious sentiments and lesser matters, and their modes of worship, they may be distant from each other, yet they meet in Christ, their root and stock, and the center of their unity, that beareth not fruit, answerable to his advantages, fruit suitable to the relation in which he stands to me, and the union which by faith he had with me. He whose faith in me and my gospel does not work or continue to work by love, and whose love does not continue to manifest itself by his obedience. He who does not bring forth fruit with consistency and perseverance, the eternal and external fruits of the Spirit, namely all goodness, righteousness, and truth, in Ephesians 5:9, he taketh away. Interesting, huh? That's so interesting, because there's actually another combo that I'm thinking of, right? Now, this guy is saying external fruits of the Spirit, namely all goodness, righteousness, and truth, right? What's also interesting is that's also part of the verse that I always bring up of Proverbs 28:1 is the righteous are as bold as lions, right? It's almost like we're supposed to be standing out or something like that, right? And ultimately, we should be maybe standing out because we're supposed to be separated, right? It sounds ridiculous, right? But it's like, but I guess God kind of does that in different levels, right? That's just so strange to think about, right? Okay, such unfruitful branches the vine dresser cuts off in his righteous judgment, and entirely separates them from me, depriving them of all the advantages for fruitfulness, which they derived or might have derived from the connection with me and the reception of my truth and grace. And every branch that beareth fruit he purgeth it, or rather pruneth it, cuts off from it everything superfluous, and removes all the hindrances of its fruitfulness. Thus God, in the course of his providence, by various sufferings in the minds, bodies, and circumstances and situations of the people, and by his word, and their faith therein, and obedience thereto in 1 Peter 1:22, and by the influence of his Spirit mortifies and destroys what is still corrupt in their affections and dispositions, with what remains in them of the carnal mind, and prevents them to bear fruit of perfection. There it may bring forth more fruits, that it may bring forth before to God's greater glory, the greater benefit of mankind, and their own greater progress in holiness here, and even a fuller reward of felicity and glory hereafter. Okay, interesting. This is such a weird commentary. I don't know, man. Some of these commentaries are just like very strange. Now, you know what some of these commentaries aren't really bringing up? Because you know what's so interesting is I know like the Lord Jesus Christ, he brings up a lot of these things about parables, right? But thinking about, okay, just think about this, right? I like to think that what do trees and plants need, right? Because you know the second commentary, the Got Questions commentary, they brought up the light, right? The light. A lot of people, a lot of believers bring that up. Well, a lot of scriptures bring up the light, right? But it also just kind of it almost just seems so blunt, right? What what do plants and what do trees need in order to be bearing lots of fruit? They need a lot of light, right? Because, I mean, you can only imagine one plant over here, they're in the shade, right, all the time, bro. That thing ain't even going to be growing that much, right? But the plant needs adequate amounts of light, water, and, you know, the right soil in order to be growing in the right conditions, right? And it's just so funny because, you know, now I'm not discrediting a lot of these commentaries, right? But, you know, I've read a lot of these different commentaries, and it's very interesting getting into the style of some of these commentaries, because some of these commentaries they're just very analytical, right? They're just very like, boom, 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 this is how it is, this is how it is. But sometimes I like to see it as like, it's almost like this, like, it's kind of, maybe Jesus just wanted it as blunt as possible. Jesus talks about the light, Jesus talks about the soil, the condition of our heart, right? If we're planted in the right conditions, the seed of faith, which is the word of God, is going to grow in us, right? And we will become like what? We will become like trees, right? And what do trees and plants need in order to keep growing? We need light in order to keep growing, right? It's just so funny because, like, I feel like these commentaries, like, I guess the Got Questions commentary kind of went into that. But sometimes, like, I feel like what would be good for some of these commentaries is, like, could they simplify what they're talking about, right? Because I'm going to be flat out honest. Sometimes I read some of these commentaries, and they just use so many words, and I feel like sometimes, like, they could simplify everything that they're saying with just a little bit of words, right? That's all I'm thinking about, but I don't know, man. Very interesting, right? I do kind of want to read more, but I'm almost basically at the limit right here with the time. And holy Toledo, there are a lot of commentaries. Oh my goodness, these guys are crazy, man. What in the world? All for one verse, all for this one verse, man. Look at all this stuff that people are writing down for one verse. Isn't that insane? Actually, let's read that one. That one's super, look, dude, that's hilarious, right? Everybody's writing these, like, paragraph after paragraph thing. Look at this guy. Geneva Bible Study. Let's just read it. It's so little I can read it on the screen. Every branch, oh wait, that's just the verse. He doesn't even say anything. He didn't even put a commentary in it. He's just like, I don't even know what to say about that. I'm just going to put the verse. That's hilarious. You know what I think would be very interesting? Now, what I think would be very interesting is, because you see how, like, this site has, like, all these different commentaries. Now, the thing is, what I would find interesting is, imagine you could, like, look up a verse and you could see what every single denomination thinks about this. This denomination thinks about this of this verse. This denomination thinks about this. This denomination thinks about that. Because honestly, I don't know what of these other denominations are really thinking about this verse, right? But by the way, this is a very hard Bible study, and I apologize if this was very confusing because I was confused in the beginning. And hopefully, we've kind of simplified it into the aspects of we need, if we are to become of the nature of the plant, if we are to be grafted into the ever-living, ever-eternal, growing, like, tree of the body of Christ, we are to be grafted into it. No matter who you are, you can be grafted into the tree as well of Christ. And when we get grafted into the tree of Christ, the Lord is going to start pruning us. And He's going to start pruning our lives in order so we would be bearing more fruit. And the big thing is, why are we bearing fruit? We're bearing these fruits for God's glory. Ultimately, we're bearing fruit for God's glory. And also, in some ways, we can maybe even become hires to help the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. And we can help to build His kingdom here on earth, right? Because a lot of pastors go into talking about thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, right? And it's so crazy to think about that, right? Holy moly. Now let's go into Matthew 13. We'll go into this verse. We're going to end it on this verse, by the way. It is the smallest of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and make nests in its branches. Now, it's actually kind of weird because I've read this verse so many times. Now, this is talking about the seed of faith that grows in us. Now, what is the seed, right? The seed of faith is the Word of God. It is God's will, right? This seed is to be implanted into our hearts, our minds, right? But also, Jesus warns of us that there's different things out here in the world. Even the devil himself, even Satan. Satan does not want the seed to grow in people. He wants to rip out the seed. He wants to rip out the words. He does not want the words to grow in people's lives, right? And it's so strange because also if we think about the heart conditions, there's the rocky soil, there's the soil that the sun came down, or I think that's actually part of the rocky soil. The sprout comes up and the sun beats it down, but there's also like the deceitfulness of riches of the world, and hopefully if we get planted in the good soil of our heart, hopefully the Word of God would continue to flourish and continue to grow. And the thing is I feel like thinking about this verse right here where it says it's the smallest of all seeds, right? But becomes larger than all the garden plants. That one right there. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of there is almost like this never-ending supply. When we get tapped in to the roots of Christ, right? There is this never-ending supply. It's almost like what this pastor I always bring up, right? This pastor said, the Word of God is the well that never runs dry. This is why people have been doing this for thousands of years. It sounds crazy, man, but the people have been doing this for thousands of years, right? And and I probably sound crazy if most people were to listen to me, but as I get deeper into God's Word, I see it now, man. I just see how they're doing it. They're just comboing it out, and there's just basically, it's just this never-ending, this book right here, God's Word right here, it almost seems like it's a never-ending combo machine, bro. Just combo after combo after combo after combo. Bro, there is links and links and links, probably for eternity, man. It sounds crazy, but like, I didn't really think about it, but as I get deeper into it, I'm like, what in the world, bro? It makes sense to me now. Like, because I feel like every single day there is a combo in God's Word that you can like kind of relate it to, right? And just the nature of how God, and it's so weird because I'm wondering, sometimes I actually wonder if this is why we don't get taught to write in verses, right? How crazy would it be if every single book was written in verses? Like, why is the God's Word only, I mean, I guess it's not the only book written in verses, but I honestly feel like I would have been more fruitful if I was taught how to write in verses, and I probably would have remembered my own writings more if I was just taught to write in verses, right? I actually think that most people that even like maybe even just write normally right now, even if you're a believer, we might not even be writing in verse. I don't even know, right? Like, it's weird, right? Like all these numbers and stuff. Like, look at this. Every single verse. Like, what in the world? Now, what's hilarious is actually meeting the I have met some mathematically inclined believers, and they get very like analytical with the numbers in here. And who knows, maybe God did it that way to kind of like, it almost, it's so weird. We got numbers in here, we got story, we got parables, we got just, I don't know, man. This book right here is weird. It just, and I probably just sound crazy, but it's just like, I don't know, man. This is interesting. We're going to leave it on one more verse before I get into it, before I end this Bible study thing. And let's see here. Let's see here. Let's go into that verse that we're going up in here. Let's keep thinking about this verse. The fruit. There's another verse about the fruit, right? Oh, dude, I'm so glad I actually looked at this verse. I almost forgot. I was actually just going to bring up that last part, but I forgot that part. I'm going to underline that now. We're underlining the word fruit now. You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm actually going to do? I am going to underline fruit in every single one of these. Every verse that brings up fruit, I'm going to start underlining it now. It says the fruit of the righteous. I'm going to underline it with green. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. And that it's so crazy, bro. I've read this verse probably 500 times. I'm not even lying. I probably read this verse 500 times. Dude, after today's Bible study, there's a whole new meaning behind this one. What is the tree of life? It's almost, I feel like the tree of life is being grafted into Christ. Christ is the tree of life. He is the way, the truth, and the life. Bro, that's so funny. Oh my goodness, bro. We just found a crazy combo today. Like, what in the world, bro? I feel like I'm just tripping out, but like... does this make sense to anybody else? I just feel like we just found an amazing new combo with a verse that I have read so many times that it's like, it's insane to me now really thinking about it. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. Right? Huh. Now, what's so crazy thinking about that is that very little seed that you plant could potentially even save... I mean, it sounds ridiculous to say this, but that little seed that you try and plant in somebody's life, that little seed, man, could totally change. It could totally transform a person's life, man. Like, it could totally, like, you know, like, imagine this, right? Imagine you had the ability to plant some seeds in people's life. And Jesus actually likens the kingdom to people that go out and sow seeds out in the field, right? And it's almost like we're hopefully to plant all these seeds, and hopefully we would take these seeds that hopefully they would grow, and then Christ is hopefully to be grafted into Christ's body, right? Oh my goodness. I probably sound completely crazy, but I don't care at this point. I feel like this whole Bible study was so hard, but I feel like there was a purpose of why it was very hard, and it was to find out this new combo that we found out. You know, there's actually this other one right here. Check this one out. Whoever trusts in his riches will fall, but the righteous will flourish like a green leaf. I want to flourish like a green leaf. It's so funny, man. There's just like, I mean, I view these things like I don't know. I honestly think if you look into, you know, like J.R. Tolkien. Now, I know he is kind of controversial. You know, some people do say. The thing is, what I liked about J.R. Tolkien is I like the tree people, right? The Ents, right? And they're like these tree spirit things, right? Well, what's so hilarious about it, man, is I feel like J.R. Tolkien got his inspiration for the Ent characters because of Scripture. Because there's so many things in Scripture that relate us to like plants. Like, we're supposed to be like plants. We're supposed to just be like, you know. Oh well. Tree people, tree people, tree people. By the way, let's look up Trents, by the way. Most people that play RPG games, you guys know what Trents are, right? These are Trents. These things. These are like living tree things. And I just, every time I read like some verses about like us like bearing fruit, or we're going to be pruned, or we're going to be like, even like David in Psalms 1, literally this psalm that most people have memorized, well, partially memorized, right? David, which is kind of ironic that David is kind of like the offshoot from, you know, the line of Jesus. David even likens us that we're supposed to be like trees if we start, but there's some stipulations, right? If we start meditating on God's word day and night, we're gonna become like trees, man. And I think that's cool, man. Like, I always like kind of like, and actually what's funny is that kind of got me a little deeper into some of these nature classes in RPG games. I'm like, you know what? All these nature classes bringing up in here. Maybe not so much of like the feral stuff, but maybe more of like restoration and growing and healing and stuff like that. Man, this Bible study is brutal. Holy moly, I apologize to anybody that listens to this Bible study. It's probably super confusing. It was confusing to me in the beginning, but I feel like we got just to simplify the Bible study. I feel like if I were to simplify it down into my own words, we need the right conditions to grow well, right? We need the right heart condition. We need the right soil. We need the right light in order to grow. We can't always be shaded, right? And we can think about Matthew 5:14 through 16 about we should be shining our light as well, right? And we need to be just growing and growing and be bearing much fruit for the Lord, ultimately for the glory of God. Oh my goodness, the Bible study is long. Oh well. Today's brutal, everybody. The one was not easy. It was so weird. I feel like today I was like, it's going to be an easy one, man. Like, it just seems so easy, right? We're going to be bearing much fruit, and it turned out to be very challenging. Oh, let's see here. I haven't looked at the chat. I apologize. Let's see here. Luckily, I have Tuesdays off. I've been chilling. A batch of dog food. Man, don't you live up in Alaska? That's crazy, man. Have you eaten bear? I'm just wondering. I actually have had a friend that has eaten bear. He said it was really good. Wrapping a few presents today, trying to get some accounting done. Okay, let's see here. What are we going to draw today? I've eaten moose and caribou, but I haven't eaten bear yet. I've never had moose or caribou. I haven't had any of those, honestly. I'm wondering if there's like any flatland, or I'm wondering if is there a BMX scene up in Alaska? I wonder, is there even a skate park over there? I feel like I don't even hear anything about that state. Like in terms of like BMX riding. But the thing about flatland, you could learn flatland, and there's like crazy rural parts of the world that people ride flatland in because they don't have a skate park or anything. And that's what's really interesting about flatland, is you could just like, you don't have to like... Okay, first card of the day. Man, we drew this yesterday. It's very interesting. Kind of makes sense in some degree, right? Cradle of Vitality. Funny, my Christian friend gave me this card. Dude, it's so funny that I drew this card. It's so hilarious to me that I drew this card. I mean, I know I drew this card yesterday, and I thought I would shuffle. I felt like I have 100 cards up in here. I feel like I would have at least not drawn this card, but it's actually, it almost kind of like relates to the Bible study. Naya's trees grow strong and sturdy, right? Cradle of Vitality. What does vitality mean? Let's look that word up. I like that word. Vitality. That's what I want. I want more vitality. I want to give people more vitality. Vitality. And you know what's actually very interesting? Is vitality was one of the most important stats in Diablo 2. Vitality definition. The state of being strong and active, energy, the power-giving continuance of life, present in all living things. What in the world? I did not think that's what that meant. The power-giving continuance of life. I like that, man. Interesting. It sounds ridiculous, bro, but this card now kind of reminds me of the Bible study that we did. Like, this literally, it sounds ridiculous. I probably sound crazy, but, like, I feel like just seeing this, I'm just like, man, I'm going to remember this Bible study a little bit more because of, like, vitality. I feel like that's almost what this Bible study kind of reminded me of. It's like vitality, bro. When we're part of the vine of Christ, man, Christ is going to give us the way, the truth, and the life, man. He's going to let us keep growing. Let's see here. We have a skate park in my town and a few bike shops. Not many bikers. Okay, yeah. Is it really snowy out there right now? Or is it like, because I feel like, what's weird is it seems like it's not snowing anywhere, right? Jamie, please let me know when you do hit your viewer count. Think it would be good if you turned it on. What do you think? How do I turn on the viewer count? I mean, I have it on. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't put it on because I feel like especially I don't turn it on the Bible study because I feel like, because I do turn it on sometimes when I do the bike riding, and sometimes it like changes my my demeanor, right? And I turn off the viewer count on the I don't see the viewer thing on these Bible studies because I kind of just want to full on just zero focus, like just hone in, right? And because I've noticed when I put on the viewer count when I do my bike riding and stuff like that, because I do put it on when I bike ride, because I like to see, are people like watching? Should I be like trying to like land a line or something like that, right? But with these Bible studies, I try not to do that because it kind of like changes my like I don't want to be hesitant about what I'm talking about, right? I feel like that's a very big one right now. Is I feel like the hesitancy to say something like, whoa, what if I say something wrong? Like people are gonna, like what if people just think I'm crazy? I'm just like, oh well, we're gonna go with it, right? Like, it almost feels like these Bible studies almost just kind of like reminds me of like we're just like doing a line and we're like doing this long flatland line. It kind of just reminds me, or like we're drawing this picture, but we're drawing a picture in one shot. Like whatever we get done, that's it. We're going with it. My bad, like I'm not perfect, right? We're gonna keep going with it, right? Oh, when you hit your 3, okay, yeah. I think I'm almost, I think I'm like at 2.1 or 3 or something like that. Second card. Faith's Shield. Love your stream, but once we get to... okay, for sure. Dude, thanks, man. Honestly, you're the only person that's ever really even said that. Faith's Shield. What I even might have to do, is when I hit the viewer count, I might have to just, like, take a break from streaming a little bit just to kind of, like, get it situated or something like that. Forest. Number 4. Noble Panther. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, I feel like we drew this card yesterday. We did draw this card yesterday. Mystic Penitent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting, huh? I love the study. It's great to learn alongside with you. Some of it, stuff I've already learned and come to understand, but it's refreshing. Yeah, that's the other thing. The other thing I feel like what's weird is like, sometimes I feel like I understand a verse, right? But then it's weird because when I start reading deeper into the commentaries, I'm like, man, I did not think about some of these verses like the way I probably should have been thinking about them. Entros Basin. Kind of funny that we drew this card today because we were just talking about Ents and Trents. Kind of reminds me about watering the seeds of faith. This is what it says. What is this going to say? This says this right here. The effect of the draught began at the toes and rose steadily through every limb, bringing refreshment and vigor as it coursed upright, right to the tips of the hair. Ent dross. I'm not sure what to draw today. I say you draw a plant growing. I think that those are cool. There was this, man, if I find it, there was this little animation I did. I did like this weird animation of this like elven archer, and she like shoots her arrow, but the arrow turns into a plant, and then the plant like grows. I have it somewhere on my phone. I just have to find it. Yeah, let's do this card draw. Tree people, tree people, tree people. Welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork. Today we drew Cradle of Vitality, Phase Shield, Forest, Noble Panther, Mystic Penitent, Ent Draught Basin. For the last card of the day, what will it be? It's always like cracking open a little Easter egg. Let's see what it is. Interesting. We got Silver Knight, painted by Steve Prescott in 2011. I like the flavor text. The flavor text says, "Hammer out your doubts as you forge your weapon. To slay a dragon, your resolve must be stronger than your steel." So it always kind of reminds me of like the Archangel Michael or something. Interesting. I think Steve Prescott works with oil paint, by the way. I was wondering. It is an oil painting. I did get this one too. Faith's Shield. Oh, I guess that's it. Did they lower the story thing? Oh well. Dude, Creative Fit, could you, on, you know that one you have, you know that one, that bike riding one, that Hulk one? You'd have like plants growing out of it or something, put leaves or something. I think that'd be cool. I think I told you that in the messages, right? Like, you don't have to draw a completely new one, right? Just put like plants or something, like on that like four, you know, like the four thing. What are those cards? They are MGG cards. We do these draw things towards the end of the stream. Just for some fun to kind of tone down. I feel like honestly I feel like the card draw kind of helps me like tone down kind of like my mindset, because like we're very like verbal, like very word heavy. And I feel like this kind of like helps to like kind of like loosen that, right? And then we get into bike riding. Now we're gonna get into bike riding. Hopefully I can land some, man. Yesterday was brutal. I feel like I've entered into this like this almost like this stage where I just have to grind it, bro. Like well actually that's how a lot of flatline tricks are. You straight up have to just grind to learn it. But like some of these tricks, man, I'm trying to learn. It's like at the point where like it has taken me so long, bro. It's like it almost just seems absurd, but it's crazy that we're still going for it, but at least we can try. We're gonna drink some coffee now. And holy moly, I'm like super late today. Oh well. You're gonna let maybe, man. I mean, some of these tricks I've been like stuck on for like a couple of years. It sounds I know it sounds crazy, but like that's how some of these tricks are. And at this point, I don't even like a lot of. By the way, the thing is like in Flatland, a lot of people like don't like Flatland and stuff like that. But and I think a lot of people just think Flatland's kind of lame. But honestly, man, I feel like some of these tricks are just like, dude, some of these tricks I feel like are some of the hardest tricks I've ever tried to learn. It sounds ridiculous. I know it probably sounds crazy, but like, I don't know, man. It's just, I feel like in some sense, like a lot of tricks, like, I think so. A lot of people just don't realize how much time actually gets put into some of these tricks that some of these flatlanders are learning. That's actually one of the other reasons I kind of wanted to stream. I kind of wanted to stream the entire process. How long did some of these tricks actually take to learn? You know, it's like, Because I see some of these guys, they just do it like it's nothing. I'm like, what in the world? Like, wait a minute. Like, you just made that look completely easy. Like, you know, like... It's like playing this crazy RPG game, dude. But this RPG game, it's like, bro, there is so much, like, grinding you have to do. It's like, it's crazy. But it's fun. And it's kind of like exercise. And you kind of get like a runner's high. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like you do get a bit of a runner's high. Okay, we're gonna change this to health and fitness now. Boom. Just like that. Let's see here. Finished wrapping, we'll sketch a Wolf Trent thing. Wolf Trent? I think Flatland is awesome. You don't have the same momentum as you get with terrains. You do a Lion Trent. Creative fit. Lion Trent. Or... Trents are interesting. Trents are actually hard to draw, by the way. They're hard to draw. The plants drawing. I like just plants, just drawing plants. I feel like plants are like very almost therapeutic to draw, because it's almost like there's just so much abstraction within plants, you know. Man, today's Bible study is brutal. Oh well. Man. I apologize, everybody. Today's Bible study was gnarly. Holy moly. Oh well. At least we got it done. We tried to do it. We attempted. You know, the thing is, what I would be curious on is, what if I were to ask some of these same questions to like a pastor right on the spot, right? Like, do you think they would say, like, I wonder what they would tell me. I wonder if there's that light up on there. I'm not sure how that light on there. Let's start it out with fire hydrants. Lights are fun. Man, there's a lot of people watching. What in the world? See, I normally don't put my viewer count on. I don't even know, like, I didn't even know there was 6 people in here. This is crazy. What in the... Who are these people?
I'm just kidding. Watch me fail over and over and over again.
If any of you guys have any tips, if there are any BMX, I know there's not many BMX riders on my stream that watch the stream anyway. If you guys know how to do the fire whip, one scuff peepee squeak or multi-bill fire hydrants, have any tips whatsoever, I'd love to hear them because I've been stuck on this trick for like a couple years. Well, I mean, I'm not stuck at them, I just want to do a lot of them consistently. That's the hard part, getting it consistent. Man, why is this trick so like finicky? Like you mess up one little thing and it's like everything just falls apart. That's what this trick feels like. Try to look another. Brake stuff right there. I feel like today might be another hard day for me. Some days like flatline just seems kind of easier, but then some days flatline just seems really hard, like really hard for some reason. I think I gotta clean my brakes and rims. I'm not sticking. Okay. The locomotive is not impossible. We got into it that time. By the way, if you guys have any tips on this trick, these two tricks that I'm doing right here, they're so inconsistent, man. I can only do like a good amount of them like once every 50 tries. It's weird. That one. Really parts this one too. Yeah, like this one's easier to get into than the other ones. I'm more consistent. I don't know what to do. Peace. sketchy. First land of the day. Well, let's see here. Sorry, I've been looking at the chat. Let's see here. How much tire pressure? I am running 100. I should be probably running 110, but no, I'm running 100. Jason, is that you? Wait, you got? I haven't seen you in a while, Jason. But shout outs to Dax. I mean, he did give me this shirt when I went to the AFA competition up in Colorado Springs. Now this shirt says 110 PSI Club. I'm gonna be honest, I don't run 110 PSI. I actually used to run 110 PSI. Maybe I should run 110 PSI just because I got this shirt. But no, I'm running 100. 100. Maybe I should try 110. I've tried 130, 120, 100, I've tried 90, 80, 70. I used to run like 30. That was crazy. Hey, how you doing, Jason? You been learning some new maneuvers? I feel like I'm still stuck. The last time you saw me, bro, I haven't really learned much at all, honestly. Unfortunately. Yeah, I don't even think since the last time you see me, I don't even think, I guess I've landed the locomotive. That's the only trick I feel like I've learned in the past month. Or landed. That's new. You know what? My peg's moving. That's weird. I think that's affecting me. You guys doing good? Just struggling here. The grind of the flatland. This one, I think it's fun. I don't know. Oh, are you kidding me? I just think of like stuff I need to work on. Oh, what about this one? Oh, it's so sketchy when we landed it. Sketch Nation. No, we almost landed that one. That was crazy. Try it again. crazy, man. I don't know why it's so inconsistent. I feel like I just need to be in the right mindset. And these darn fireworks, man. These fireworks, man, are driving me crazy.
If you're taking a trip with your friends, why pay for 4 hotel rooms to stay apart from your friends? Get an Airbnb and stay together for less.
By the way, go check out Spencer Forsman. He also streams on Twitch. Check his YouTube out. Gnarly Back Rider. I feel like he's the only other BMX rider I see like consistently streaming on Twitch. Almost. My brakes are slipping. I need to clean my brake pads off on my wheel. Why are my brakes slipping on me? Need some bike maintenance. Oh, it's dirty. Oh my God. Oops. Am I going to the One Love Gym in Long Beach? I don't know yet. I'm not sure. When is it? I kind of forgot when that is. January 13th. I mean, I might try to make it. Thank you for reminding me. I actually forgot about that. I might try and make it. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. What was I gonna do? I forgot. I want to do an elbow glide to stick knee. Oh, I have to do it first tee. Really, there's like more people watching it. I don't know why. I feel like when people watch me, I kind of just want to do tricks that I already know how to do, but I feel like I need to get better, so like, I feel like I should just grind out tricks. See if I can land a new trick that I learned. Do the locomotive. Man, that trick is so inconsistent. I wonder what would make that trick easier. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I know it's doable because I've landed 4. I've literally only landed 4 of these tricks, 4 locomotives. I know it's doable. It's not impossible. Hard. It's all AI bots. It might be, huh? That's actually one of the reasons why I kind of started. Well, I guess I thought about it. I mean, I didn't start streaming because of it, but I have been seeing a lot of artists, especially like this company right here. Some of these artists right here that work for this company, they've been starting to stream a lot. I see them on my Facebook. They're like, I'm live on Twitch. Jason, this is kind of like a new trick I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to do the turbine steamroller to switch hand funky chicken to hopefully to squeaker no hander. Thanks to Kevin. Yeah. By the way, anybody that's watching the stream that doesn't ride flatland, the trick that I learned right there is this trick right here is called the locomotive. Kevin Jones invented it, and he landed it first tee in a contest run, which is crazy, man. Because I cannot. It's so crazy thinking that he landed it first try. So shout out to Kevin Jones. I like it because like you go right into the cross, man. Like just straight into the, it's like one of those weird tricks, like just like there's no like, you know, balance. You have to get in the cross, like boom, boom, you get right in the cross right away. I think the hardest thing about the locomotive, it's the scuff, man, because I feel like if I lift up my foot just like a little bit too high, like it like messes up my balance point. Like I have to like, you have to like get this stuff like right up on there. Come on, let me get one. I got one earlier. Not into it anymore. Brutal. I don't know what's wrong with that trick. That trick's hard for me. Just have fun. We did a front end no-handed trick yesterday. I guess we could try, I want to do another no-handed trick as like the thumbnail. We can try no-hander to decade, tail tap no-hander decade thing. I have yet to land one. It's been a while since I've attempted it. Maybe I can land that today. I've never landed this combo yet. It's cheesy, but I don't care. It's fun. It's a no-hander trick we're after. And many no-handed tricks we can do. Come on. I have to like get that right little. I'm gonna just switch around, just try to do a bunch of different tricks. I'm out of it today. We are out of it.
Popeye's chicken wings make no sense. Louisiana spices. Wrap up the gift list at Macy's. With an extra 20% off now.
Man, I'm stuck. We're stuck, everybody. Can't land anything really. Except that's a little harder for me to land anyway. I want to learn that to hang five, but I'm like really bad at that one. I guess this is kind of like a newer combo. I mean, it's an existing thing, but it's kind of fun to do. Oh, fudge. I'm out of it today. Can't get anything down. You have to see all my failures. fudge. That was so sketchy. 5 bar. I think that was a 5 bar. I don't know what it was. Or it might have been a quad. Quad bar. Oh, let's do the windshield wiper. Dude, that was... I've been trying not to do that one too. The windshield wiper. We're at the light thing. Have a good one, Creative Fit. Thank you for tuning in. You're a real one, bro. Thank you. Girl, we got like this light thing over here. Huh. I guess we could do the Joel no-hander. Try this Joel Schallhorn for this one. What other stuff have I been trying to learn up in here? I guess we could do the, maybe double boomerang thing? Too hard. I guess that's kind of a newer trick. I haven't landed another one in a while though, but... Come on, let me get one. I haven't landed one in like a month. A doubler. I give up. Trick's hard. It doesn't seem hard, but that trick's hard for some reason. Because it's weird, because when you see people doing it, they make it look really easy. Maybe I just do it weird, but trick is hard, man. It was kind of fun.
Holiday rituals. Greeting extra guests with plenty of Ritz crackers
starter snacks, and plenty of chairs. Step into Wix Studio.
We're back.
Bali, bagel, Bali. A new song came out 7 hours ago. Really cool. And slow, but cool nonetheless. I haven't done like a turn down thing to Undertaker in a while. Ah, sketchy. We landed it, but it was sketchy. Darn it. Let's see if we can clean that up. I wasn't expecting to land that first try. I'm battling that trick. Is that the song?
Popeye's Crashing Wings Party with 5 flavors. The average house party includes 8 hours of planning, $200 for supplies, and a guest list of...
Close to no cigar. Well, there's actually kind of another one I kind of wanted to try. I'm trying not to do as many curators. That's the thing. haven't landed this one in a while, I guess. Sketchy. I'm not taking that one. Let me start it. Oh, come on. It's hard to catch it and get it in. Just jam the foot right in there at the right time. Ooba gaba. Oh, roach. That was fun. I haven't landed that one yet. Are you kidding me? That was it. I messed up one whip and the entire thing fell apart. Just gotta get that rhythm. It's the rhythm of the night. Ah, kidding me. You know, it's the quad whip, quad bar. Quad whip, quad bar, decade. That's the goal. I haven't done that one before. That one. The ending, I haven't done decade. Decade at the end of it yet. Ah. Come on. Oh, fudge. I give up. I should have landed that one. I feel like that's how that trick is. If you don't land it, you just kind of like lost the flow of it. That doesn't feel like it, right? Let's use switch whip, regular whip. Switch whip, regular whip, Jared or decade. Come on. Switch whip, baking, regular. It's your Joel track thing. Those are always weird thumbnails. Come on. I'd love it. I need a happy song. I know, it's close, huh? Oh, you know what? Dude, there's a line I haven't done in a while. Dude, this one's weird. This one's hilarious. Ah, God, that was it. That one's just so cheesy, but I think it's fun. I haven't actually got a thumbnail on that one in a while. I haven't landed one in a while. Woo. That was fun. It was really fun. I haven't landed that line in a while. It's pretty stoked. We landed something. I think it was sketchy, but oh well, I'll take it. And we got the happy song on it. This is the happy song. This song is called
Crypto makes the world go forward.
Which is always weird, man. Reggae always brings up Babylon.
Soldiers will fight against the modern world.
It's kind of funny. Look at this, look at this, look at this song. The song is called War in a Babylon. They always bring up Babylon. War in a Babylon. That was a fun line. Oh, I almost freaking flipped over. Ah, I almost did a boomerang. Dude, the boomerang's so hard. They make that trick look way too easy. I always mess up boomerangs, I don't know why. I actually think that was the line of the day. I did do 2 correction hops, but song somehow reminds me of a mixture of Harvest Moon and something else. You know, that's another thing. I listen to a lot of game soundtracks on the stream. By the way, if you guys haven't noticed, the reason why I don't listen to songs with like lyrics and stuff in them, it's very, very hard to find lyric songs that are not on copyright. Like it basically, it seems like every time I find a song that has like lyrics, I look down, copyright, copyright, copyright. So all the songs that I try and listen to are copyright free. But also what I noticed is a lot of video game soundtracks don't have copyrights, especially like if you go into like PS1, PS2, like N64. I guess it's because it's on a video game, right? So if you guys are like wondering, like, because I know some people are like all tripped out about like the copyright thing. Which what sucks about Twitch is that if you play a copyrighted song on Twitch, it silences your stream, which is kind of lame, right? Like I don't know why they do that. I don't know what sort of algorithms they're using, but it like they don't even warn you. They just silence your stream. Finally landed some stuff, man. It seems like lately I've been having to like warm up like heavy. Like it takes me like an hour to start landing stuff. Ay, apa. Ahí me va a dar one. Now I'm landing a whole bunch of stuff. Just have to like rev the engine a little bit. I don't even think I've ever landed that line before. The line I just did right there. Well, I've landed the tricks. Like I've landed all the tricks separately, but not together. So it's like kind of like doing like a new link. I guess that's not really a link. That's just a line.
See, these days are weird. I have like a whole bunch of lines. Yesterday I was struggling. Today I just landed like 5 lines already. This is how it is some days. Some days flatline, you just don't land anything. Sometimes you do. Okay, we're gonna draw now. It was a good little ride sesh. It always seems like a weird power hour, you know? I think that's probably like max, I think, lines I've ever drawn in like an hour. Maybe like 5 flat lines. We're gonna draw a picture now. Get in the mindset. I'm gonna draw some sort of, what we're gonna draw today. Maybe like a shepherd or something. I'm gonna try and honor the Lord though. Acknowledge God in all your ways and He will direct your paths. Proverbs 3:6. Bonus point day. It kind of is like a bonus point day, huh? Look at Proverbs 3:6. That's always a trippy verse. Proverbs 3:6. I've been really thinking about this verse lately. This verse right here. In all thy ways acknowledge Him, and He shall direct thy paths. Isn't that weird? How crazy is that? God would just start directing you. Isn't that a trip? Holy moly, I feel like that is a trip, man. Let us give glory to the Lord. Let us lift our hands up to the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do today. Let's see here. I gotta take a little chill pill. I need to drink some water. Man, it's so crazy. I always forget that I don't have an ACL. Anybody that's watching this, by the way, you can learn flatline without an ACL. I literally do not have an ACL on this knee. Like, it's so crazy. And I'm still able to ride flatline. It's just insane to me. I'm like, what in the world? It makes no sense. See, we can plant many seeds with one toss, right? We can give glory to the Lord. We can ride BMX. We can draw. You know, there's actually one verse that says, I think it's Proverbs 32:8. Let me say, I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my eye upon you. Isn't that weird, right? I really like this verse. That's Psalms 32:8, by the way. But it's weird because it says, I will counsel you with my eye upon you. See, because I know some believers, they get really tripped out by seeing eyes. I don't know why they get so tripped out. I think it's because of I'm going to be honest, I always liked eyes. I always liked eyes because of, in Pokemon, I used to play the psychic type Pokemon, right? Those are, that's my favorite type of Pokemon, by the way. Psychic all the way. And the thing is you know, like on the energy symbol, it's like that psychic thing. It has like the eyeball. But what's also interesting is that here is some fun fact, Pokemon Christian lore, is that the only episode of the old original Pokemon anime, there is one episode with a cross. And the episode is when Misty goes into the ghost town and she finds Ghostly, Ghastly, and Haunter, right? Or no, yeah, Ghostly, Ghastly, Ghostly, and Haunter, right? Or Gengar. No, or I've got mixed up. But it's that one episode, and it's funny because she brings out a cross and stuff. It's hilarious. But yeah, and sometimes I think about the 4 living creatures. If you start going into the 4 living creatures,
like there's like these big creature things mentioned in the scriptures, you know. It's actually mentioned in Revelations. I think it's Revelation 6 actually, that mentions the 4 living creatures, right? Now the 4 living creatures are also mentioned in Ezekiel, and some people think that they're actually like, you know, because if you see a lot of the memes and you know, it's like, do not be afraid. Well, that's actually not in Ezekiel, right? But it's actually, the thing is like the 4 living creatures have a bunch of eyes all around them. Sometimes I think about that on this verse right here. I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my eye upon you. That is a weird verse right there. I've underlined that verse like 5 times right there. Holy moly. Holy Toledo. What in the holy baganja? Oh yeah, the wings. I actually did give it away, unfortunately. I did do one illustration. It's like the 4 living creatures. It's like, you know, it has one guy has like an eagle head right here, an ox head, a lion head, and there's like a wall. Ezekiel's creatures. Ezekiel's wheels. Oh man. I'm like sweating so much, I gotta just like chill out a little bit before I draw. Alright, I'm all my drawings out here, right here. You guys ever seen a squirrel riding a corgi with a bicycle and a raven? Check this out, Homerinos. We have here this drawing we did, and we got this corgi and a squirrel riding it. And she's reading the Bible. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Acknowledge God in all of your ways, and He will direct your paths. Oh yeah, I actually have this one as well. This one's actually a trip. Actually, I don't think you've seen this one, Creative Fit. This one is the Black Horseman. Revelation 6, 5-6. Now this one actually does show my step-by-step process on this one. Let's see if we have it up on here. So we have our thumbnails. This one I went very in-depth. We have our thumbnails of the Black Horseman. Got our thumbnails. Then we got first layout sketch. Then we have second layout sketch. I used the light box. You can tell this is when I started refining the process, because I would literally just light box, light box, light box, light box, you know. Now I don't even use the light box that much, right? And then on top of this layer right here, we did our finalized layer of the Black Horseman. And I tried to put like some Easter eggs in there, because like, you know, there's like the oil, and then there's like the food. Let's read Revelation 6, 5-6. When he opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd living creature say, "Come." And I looked, and behold, a black horse, and its rider had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the 4 living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine." Man, that dude's gnarly. Now, I actually done a bunch of Bible studies on this one, but what's really weird is it's not the actual Black Horseman that says not to damage the oil and the wine. It's actually the 4 living creatures, which those things are like flying around. Okay, we're gonna draw something. I've been trying to do the character, graffiti piece, character, graffiti piece, character, graffiti piece. Trying to keep it on that roll. I should have actually started 30 minutes ago because I'm trying to but I wanted to write a little bit more. Okay, we're almost ready to start drawing. Let me get some paper. Let's see. Here's some paper. Let's bring this over. Let me put my jacket on now. It's like I sweat so much and then it gets cold. Welcome everybody to the studio segment. We have our bicycle. We can ride in here. And then we can draw. Give glory to the Lord. Darn, this thing's all sketchy on me. This thing's kind of breaking on me. Wait up, I gotta adjust something. We gotta adjust the diameters. The parameter segment's broken, everybody. Come on, buddy. Okay, there we go. Guess that'll work. Huge canvas and oil painting supplies. Oil painting's fun. I haven't done oil painting in a long time. It's been quite a bit of time since we've done an oil painting. Jeff Watts is a gnarly oil painter. Do you know about Jeff Watts? I always bring Jeff Watts up to you, right? Have you checked him out on YouTube? He has a lot of great information. It's also, what I really like about Jeff Watts, there's been some, I don't do it much lately, but back in the day, what I used to do, I just put on a Jeff Watts video and just start drawing, just because he would just be talking about his process. And just, he's been teaching for so long, man. He's been teaching for like 20 years or something like that. He lives in California too. He lives in, I think he's in San Diego. I'm pretty sure that's where, you literally could take probably a class of his, but it's crazy. He's a really gnarly dude. He's actually even met Frank Frazetta, which is crazy. Let's see here. What am I doing? All right, man, I'm totally like out of it. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I need paper. Just keep this up. Gotta not think about people watching. It's kind of weird because there's been more people watching this stream lately, and I'm like, especially in the BMX segment, I'm like, who are these people? Because normally nobody watches. I know there's something up now because normally not many people watch the BMX segment, but now people have been kind of like creeping in, and I'm like, this is kind of awkward. Oh well. A little awkward here. Welcome to these very awkward streams, everybody, where you get to see me fail over and over and over again. Oh yes, I looked him up. heater, man. It's freaking cold in here. It's finna be cold in here, man. Here's a draw my room. I'm trying not to draw my room because I feel like, here's the thing, right? The reason why I'm trying to draw out here is because I used to draw my room a lot, right? But I'm just so used to being lazy in my room that it's like I feel like that laziness kind of like bleeds into my drawing. I know it sounds weird. Here on here. Nothing wrong. Freaking bent this thing. Let's see here. Peace and love. Let us bear the fruits of the Spirit, everybody. Peace, love, patience. I'm trying to remember them all. Let's try and remember the fruits of the Spirit. Peace, love, joy. Peace, love, joy, forbearance, gentleness, kindness. I think that might be all of them. I'm trying to remember it. I'm gonna be honest. I've never memorized the fruits of the Spirit. The only thing I've remembered is peace, love, and joy. But I don't remember forbearance, gentleness, kindness. Do 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 do. Fruits of the Spirit. Man, I don't know how people like sing. You know, with the beat. Like some people are so good with it. They're just like boom, 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 boom. I struggle with music stuff. Do 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 do. I I love music and can hear the differences in tone and tune, but my ability to control my vocal cords is non-existent. I feel like I can like sing like a song I already know, but like man, there's some people and they just like pick it up so fast. They could just like sing with anything. They're just like put on a beat and I'll sing to it. Or like when they rhyme and stuff like that. I feel like I could almost maybe if I just practiced it, I could maybe like get good at it. But those guys are gnarly. And what's crazy is I met all these people in Long Beach, and bro, they would like just like spit right in front of each other. Like they'd be like, you know, like they'd like beatbox and like, you know, do like a rhyme. Like what's it called? Like I think it's just called spitting, right? Just like freestyle, like rapping. That stuff is sweet, man. I don't know what it's called, but it's like that stuff is really, really hard. Okay, let's find a BMX video. Oh, turn this off, darn. Okay, let's see here. Man, you know what'd be really cool is, you know what's actually really crazy? I don't know if you guys like watch skateboarding and stuff, but dude, there's like literally a team. It's called like Pal Peralta. Bro, there's like 5 vloggers on that skate team. I'm like, what in the world, bro? All of these guys are vlogging, bro. Like, it's pretty gnarly because like I feel like every single day they just get recommended to me. Boom, 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 boom. These guys, and it's like all of the same team. I'm like, what in the world? All these guys skate for the same company. Like Dan Corrigan, I think he's on Pal Peralta. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he is on Pal Peralta. And there's like the Chris guy, and then there's those other guys that do it. Which BMX video should we watch? Let's go to Flatland Mysteries. Let's see here, everybody. Let's watch the X Games. I want to watch the X Games. No, I already watched that one. Try and find intricate background. Maybe we could watch an intricate video. Probably should. That might be good. Come on, give me a video. I'm trying to find like a longer video. These are short videos. That's Come on, let me find a longer video. I'm just gonna look up intricate BMX. Intricate Connect 2001. I have never seen this. This is actually from 2000. What is this? I've never seen that. Let's watch it. Sorry, everybody. It like takes me a little bit of time to get everything set up. Oh yeah, I need to go to art now. Darn, I gotta like set all this stuff up, huh? Okay. There has to be a way where they have a like settings or something where you can press one button and everything just pops up, kind of. And this isn't small enough, is it? Oh I need to make that like one little thing smaller, I think. Okay. Let us begin, everybody. Put this piece of paper on here. Guess I'll open up the stream. Okay, let's see here. Today we're gonna draw. I think we're gonna draw a shepherd. Actually, we're gonna draw like a plant thing. Where's my pencil at? Darn it. What happened to my pencil? I'll have to use this one. I thought I had a little one somewhere, but I guess not. I need a Okay, everybody, we're gonna draw. Some sort of character up in here. Darn, this video is all not in focus. Let me change this. That better? There we go. There, it's now in frame. Welcome, travelers. Welcome to a drawing stream where we're gonna draw today. We're gonna draw a peaceful bike rider out in the fields of where the Lord has placed him. Something like that. Actually, I have no idea. We're gonna draw like, let's see here. I'm trying to like speed up my process, by the way. So it's 6:05. Let me look at my older drawing. Where's that one drawing? We kind of want to do a drawing like this. This one. Maybe like this one too. I've already drawn these ones old, so I'm just kind of like looking at them, kind of just hybrid of it. So actually, we might do some of this one. Yeah, let's go for it. Okay, so how did I do this one, by the way? Sometimes I got to look back at my old drawings and see how I did it, because I remember this one was at a different proportion grid. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this one was 5. This was the it's kind of like the Miyazaki, kind of a lot of animes use this proportion grid of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But this one's kind of funny, right? We got the Apollos water. Got this one. We got the plant growing from. Man, dude, this one's so cool. I really like this one. I like that one. But I also like this one too. I kind of wanted to like do like a shepherd, and I've kind of dabbled with the idea, right, of like shepherd BMX riders, or like they're out in the field or something like that. That one this dude has a plant growing on his head. I like this one. And, that's when I was inking, man. That's when I have these on the stream. I will upload these eventually on my YouTube. What is this? Is my stream still up? Yeah, it is. Okay, sorry everybody. I'm just like, I need to get in the right mindset for this thing. Let's go with it. These should be miniatures. That would be cool, huh? Okay, how am I gonna do this? Let's see here. Bring it over here.
Want it satisfied? Wireless yada yada. Is Carol feeling blue and stealing her holiday spirit?
What's Carol to do?
How am I gonna do this? I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I should do this one. Oh, screw it, let's just go for it. Okay. Just getting started is sometimes the hardest part. We're not really going to do a thumbnail on this one, I don't think. I just kind of want to just get into it and just see where we can just go. Okay, so we're going to start with our line of action. I'm going to start with the head of the figure. Very vaguely. But also this is going to be with a different proportion grid. 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's a different proportion grid with this one. This one's going to be weird. I can already tell. I always have trouble with these ones. So let's get our 3 immovable masses going up in here. Kind of like make like a hobbit. I don't know how I'm going to do this one. I guess maybe we could have the arm like go down, have the shepherd's staff. Should be right here. I kind of want to do something about. Holy moly, that dude just did a. Holy moly, that guy is crazy. I've never seen this BMX video. This is a very old BMX dude. This is 23 years old. Oh my goodness. It's so crazy because, like, a lot of these tricks up in here, they're like, I mean, maybe I just think they're hard, but oh my goodness, that dude just did a, here, I need to not get distracted. That dude just did a scuff back. That was crazy. Huh, anyway. Okay, let's see here. What are we getting up in here? I need to not get distracted, so, you know. I'm gonna try and draw. Should be in that hand. We're working on this character right here. I kind of want to maybe do, I don't know, every time I don't know what to do, I just end up doing a floating Bible. That's kind of just what ends up happening, because I'm like, should he be holding like a bag, or like, I feel like the arms take a lot of time for me, because I'm just like, okay, you know, the arm could be up here, it could be down here, it could be holding something, it could just be doing something. I have no idea, right? A really weird hand. What does it look like? Today's gonna be a struggle, everybody. I can already tell. Especially because these ones are harder because I don't exactly know the proportion grid fully with these characters. I mean, maybe he should just be holding like a... I'm trying to find it in this jumbled mess. It's like weird because I don't know how he would be holding that book, right? How would he be holding that thing? or something. I generally end up doing something like this. You know, plant growing. From the Bible. Holy moly, dude. Dude, that's in Long Beach. What in the world? That dude just did a... Oh my god. Did I just witness that? What in the world? No way, dude. That dude just did a...
The moment I found you on Fiverr 8 days ago, I knew I found more than just a freelance web developer.
Dude, that's crazy. This dude is insane right here. That's a really steep hill in Long Beach. It's in the Bible, I know. It's a little folding of hands, a little closing of eyes. Something about slumber, right? I know it's a proverb, right? Something like that, right? Is that the one that mentions the ant? Look to the ant. Or is that that might be a completely different verse. Now, how would a bike look with this figure right here? It's so strange. It's so weird. This is actually I've never done a Hobbit, like, Hobbit proportions with a bike. It's, like, really weird now, thinking about it. Do a little sheep or something. Gosh, it's already 3 hours. Fudge, I gotta rush this thing. And I guess we could do the first. Here. I'm also just watching this BMX video as well. Oh, dude, that's so crazy, man. It was in the same chapter. Great if you always give me like a little bit of like a little review, right? Because I remember a lot of verses. I just don't remember exactly where, you know. Wait a minute. Is there a how-to on how to do this trick? He's doing hitchhiker. Oh my goodness, what was that? Okay, I need to not get. What in the world was that? Dude, that dude just did a sit-down boomerang decade or something. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. That was an insane trick. I've never seen anybody do that. That dude just did a sit-down boomerang. Holy Tolito. Holy cannoli. Okay, let's work on this face. This is the hard part. of this figure, by the way. There's so many options. We could have a beard. What should this dude be having? I generally start with the nose. Let's actually block this out a little bit. Blockhead. This part's really, I gotta think of it. I mean, there are a lot of, I have to remember that it's okay to erase, but I try not to erase as much as possible. I'm doing this. Okay, so we know from the eyeball, with that right there, we know that that's gonna be the end of the earlobe. I don't know if like he should have like a beard or something. What does this dude do? Hobbits? Beard? I'm trying to go for like a hobbit. A hobbit look. Happy, maybe chubby hobbit. I don't know what it'd be like. This dude's funny looking, man. Oh my goodness, this is so cringy. I'm sorry everybody, this one's gonna be a little cringy, okay? Sometimes I just gotta go with it, okay? So, like, cause the thing is, like, I could experiment with a lot of faces and stuff like that, but we might just take that one. Now, I guess we'll have like a... What do shepherds wear? Shepherds wear... Don't they just wear like cloaks and stuff? So we should do like the pin thing. I've challenged myself the past few years not to erase when drawing traditionally. I don't know if it's been helpful or harmful to my practice. Hashtag self-taught. Now the thing is, I do erase because like if you see a lot of my other drawings, I'm just like sitting there just erasing. But in terms of like speed, right? Like if you can kind of just get it down, like, and sometimes you just gotta like kind of go with it, right? Oh, dude, what's so, man, I want to watch this video, but the thing is, see this guy right here, his name's Trevor Meyer. What's so funny, dude, is this is actually where I met my first Flatlanders. Actually, it was the second place, but it was in Long Beach. This was the second place, but this is when I really got into Flatland, is this exact spot right here that this dude's doing this. I actually landed my first hop whip here. It's in Belmont Shore in Long Beach. That's so funny, bro. Is this entire video in Long Beach? I don't know. We're gonna work on this hand. We're gonna work on these hard parts first. Try and get them out of the way. Okay, that's the front finger. Thumb. That was a bad hand, fudge. That's terrible. Terrible. Oh well. I feel like I'm like hesitant today. I guess why I'm hesitant is because I don't know exactly the proportion, right? Because I did this with the 5 proportion, and I know that there's a way to calculate a lot of this stuff. I'm not very good at it. This is like dwarven proportion as well. Actually, dwarven proportion, if you start drawing dwarves and stuff, like they're like 4 heads high. I don't know what I'm gonna do right there. Okay, let's try and work on this hand. I'm gonna by the way, if you guys are, what I'm doing is I actually learned this from this MTG artist. His name's Brad Ridney. He's actually a believer. But what I always say this when I do these characters, but I remember for sure Brad Ridney said, you know, he'd work on the hardest things first, right? Like, so what are the hardest areas in your piece, right? Because sometimes, like, what ends up happening, I think what he said is something like, sometimes, like, you know, like, if you start getting into painting or just doing something, sometimes, like, you don't want to work on the hard piece, but then, like, you'll start detailing something, like, super, that might not need detailing, right? But if you work on these hard things first and just get them done, it kind of, like, speeds up the rest of it. And that's actually what I used to not do. For a long time, I used to actually just, like, shy away from, like, I'd be like, oh, I don't want to draw this hand or something. And I always try and tell myself that, but it's hard to, you know, actually put into practice sometimes, you know. Especially this hand, I'm not sure how he's gonna be holding this book. That's from Brad Ridney, by the way, so I don't, you guys do what you will on that. Okay, so let's think about this hand real quick. It's like really messed up in there, huh? Okay, let me just draw it right over here real quick. So we got to think that this hand is like this, right? What side? Okay, so this side should be his pinky, right? Yeah. I'm like literally like trying to think of myself just like, well, how do you hold a giant book like that? Do you hold it like something like that? Oh wait, it's not even in there. I was like drawing it right there. Pull this out. Draw like, see, we're trying to figure out the shape of this hand. Okay, so it's a square, goes up, goes down. Is it like that? Now, see, this is like when, like, you know, people just use models and stuff, you know, or like get reference. But sometimes, like, it's faster just to kind of like experiment like this. See, because you could totally change that hand. I'm not sure exactly how. That looks kind of like how you would hold a book, right? don't know if I should do that one or this one. I've spent so much time working on smaller details and practicing them separately. Lately, when I try to draw a full body, I don't know what pose or composition or context to draw. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I actually draw a lot of it's kind of cheesy, but the thing is, action poses are actually very hard, because once you get into like action poses, like say, you know, like a lot of like comic book stuff, or even like Frank Frazetta or something like that, they're using a lot of like foreshortening and all sorts of stuff. And when you get into like the foreshortening stuff, it definitely gets a little more challenging, which there is a little bit of foreshortening right here, but I'm gonna maybe use that one. Okay, so let's try and think about this as a square, right? We're thinking about this hand as a square. It's the most simple shape, right? Because if I put my hand up right here, right? See how like this, see how this is almost like this? Like, see the pencil, if that was the line? And then it kind of goes down like that. We're trying to draw that main shape. It's almost like a rectangle, like a squished rectangle with a triangle on top of it, right? Squished rectangle with a triangle on top. Squished rectangle. So that's the kind of the triangle part. And then can we build a hand from that, right? And then where I've learned that is that's straight from Bridgman right there. Like, I know there's different ways to draw a hand, but on the technique that I'm using right at this moment is from Bridgman. Now Bridgman goes way deeper into it. He's like, oh, okay, well this is like the anatomy of all this stuff, and you know, don't know too much of the anatomy. I just kind of just know the baseline, kind of like how you construct a hand. And that hand's terrible, but oh well. Fudge. It's also, I need to redo it. We're actually erasing this one. It turned out terrible. By the way, this is actually one of the reasons why I use these. Now, I know I bring this up a lot, but this is actually why I use these really cheap colored pencils, because they're actually hard to erase. And so see how I kind of have that like underlying layer? I actually like using the underline layer because what I've noticed with the underline layer is that there's a lot of flow into it. It's kind of like the gesture, right? It like kind of keeps the gesture of the drawing. It's kind of like using it's almost like when you're like when you're drawing digitally and you have that layer underneath the digital layer. I mean, you know, like the layer that you're like inking on top of. It's kind of like, it kind of feels like that. Because I used to do a lot of digital work prior to drawing traditionally, right? Man, this book is hard, dude. This is a very challenging area right here. Like, I'm struggling right now. It's just so hard. Like, I should get some references, thinking like, how is he actually holding this thing, right? Oh well, screw it. We're just gonna wing it. I mean, you don't have to work on the hard parts too either. It's not like you have to force yourself to do it. Like, because sometimes like it is good to kind of like, you know, kind of just go around and stuff like that, but I just know that I'm gonna be struggling right there for a while. I don't even like that hand. That's not even how you would hold a book, right? I guess maybe. So this is when I probably should just gain reference, because I don't even know, like, because I know, like, you know, like when you hold a book like in the spine, you know, like your fingers like on the spine right there, like how do you draw that? Like that. I'm trying to draw the hand like that. Like that. With the finger, with the thumb. That's hard. Let's just work on this stuff now. I guess the drapery part's definitely another challenging aspect as well, thinking about it, because like what kind of drapery do you want to do as well? Now drapery is at the very last chapter of Bridgman, but basically what Bridgman teaches is that you figure out like the pinpoint layers, right? So like we're probably just gonna do like a cloak, right? And for the cloak, like we could probably have it like we'll say like this is the rock. We're gonna do like that other, like, you know, like that other shepherd that we did the other day. So how the cloaks kind of work is that there's this they use a clothespin. You know, if you look at a cloak pin, they use that, but you can also use a rock and a string attached to the rock. And then what I remember from it is then it's like basically a big wool blanket. And so since we know that that's going to be our base, like pinpoint layer thing, we know that it's all these lines, all these wrinkle lines are going to go into that pivot point. Right. Now where's the second pinpoint, right? The second pinpoint is the belt, because if you do now there's different types of cloaks, by the way, many different types of cloaks, but this cloak is the one sheet. It's basically like a blanket cloak. Wait, what are we watching? Let me see what we're doing up in here. I need to make sure we're not watching some crazy thing. What is this? What is this? We'll watch this. It's not in fully the frame, but oh well. I know, I should make a Discord, huh? Okay, this is gonna be. By the way, I like see how. Okay, so I should probably explain more. But see how this pelvis? I did the pelvis as a square, like it's like a kind of like a rectangle, because it's the three immovable masses, right? We have it's kind of like this. This is the head's a square, the torso is a square, and now why I always do these little bags is because it's just so easy. Because when you figure out that pelvis square, you can kind of just push that square out a little bit, and you can just make it a bag. And I just always do it, and I always just like. I have a lot of fun just making these leaf bags, because I would always love to have a leaf bag. You know, like a leaf bag. Okay, so from this pivot point right here, the cloak actually goes down. Now you can actually like wear it a little bit down on your arms, but I do know that it goes up and then in right here. So that's when the cloak kind of like goes in. And then see like this point right here, this is actually where the cloak starts going over the... So we're like thinking about how are we draping this figure, right? How is this actually working, right? And this character is really weird. I honestly don't like this character at all. Screw it, we're just going with it. Let's just finish it. I don't... That's how a lot of these characters are. I kind of don't like them, but... It's like, sometimes it's like, when you're kind of... Because I like to do things, like, in one sitting, right? And sometimes I just don't have enough time to change things, right? So I just gotta kind of just go with it. It's okay. It's just kind of like a graffiti piece where it's just like, you kind of have to just... go with it. It should be the front of the book, the Bible. I just gotta like not get stressed out. That's the other big thing. Is like, how can we do these things without getting stressed out? Because I remember like, right when I just start stressing out, I start thinking too much, I just like, I kind of like stop having fun with it. You kind of have to just kind of like go with it. That's just me though, I don't know. Actually, I kind of don't like this thing up in here. It's weird, huh? Okay, so are we ready to go on to our next layer? I'm gonna work on these eyes. I'm so bad at the eyes. This kind of looks like a mixture of Samwise and... Who is this guy? What in the world? This guy's gonna actually have just the clothespin thing. Gosh, this character's so cringy. I just gotta finish it. I don't even want to work on it anymore, but I'm too far into it now. So you're no turning back now. We're just going with it, everybody. And that's kind of the cool thing about doing these, like, really, like, it's almost like we're on a tight deadline, right? Just like, what can we get done in one, like, thing, right? And sometimes within that, we're gonna enter the cringe, okay? So it's kind of like almost like the Bible studies, you know, like sometimes we don't know what we're gonna get into. Buttons. Oh man, this thing is so cringy. I'm sorry, everybody. I thought this one was going to turn out a little better, but it's we're just going to finish it out. Sometimes I feel like in my mind they look better than they actually kind of turn out, but I don't know. Stitches. Show the belt. Oh yeah, Oh, darn, I forgot. Okay, so he's gonna have like the little test, the little I don't know what's it called, like the where he loops it out. And this is where the cloak goes in. See, the cloak goes up in here, goes behind his shoulder, and goes in here. And this is what's creating this right here. And this is going to be a very challenging part up in here because I don't know how I'm doing that. Oh my goodness, I don't like this drawing. It's weird. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't drawn like this, I think it's because of this proportion grid, I'm just not used to it. Like this is, by the way, this is like Hobbit proportion grid, by the way. Okay. This character is weird. It's almost like, I don't even know. I'm just gonna go with it, okay? Sorry everybody if this is really cringy. This is super cringy. Oh my goodness, I kind of don't even want to, oh. Like it's at the point where I don't want to finish it, but now I'm so committed to it that it's like there's no going back. Oh well, these ones are always hard. These ones are a little bit more challenging because like, you know, with like the knights, it's almost kind of like the knights I can kind of like just get away with like just drawing something that's kind of like, you know, like abstractions and stuff. This one's a little hard because it's like, I gotta like think about like, what is this guy doing? You just gotta have fun. Alright, so we gotta be giving glory to the Lord. I mean, stop. We can give glory. If we can give glory to the Lord, whether we eat or drink, hopefully we can give glory to God, even on a cheesy drawing like this. There's so many commercials. I need to listen to something else. I've been listening to the same stuff. Oh, it's just copyright free music, but I need to find like something. I want to listen to like Oblivion soundtrack. It's this one. I don't like this hand either. We're redoing this hand. I should have redone it a long time ago. Oh well. By the way, I'm using this sheet of paper so I don't smear any of this stuff, because you can do that. This one's not at, there is a lot of forgiveness in this one, but once you get into ink, man, there's been some inks that I did where I'm like inking it out, and guess what happened? I swiped with my hand and the ink smeared the drawing and I had to redo the entire thing. It's brutal. So I'm like really like careful. I'm like OCD careful now, trying to like, actually what a lot of artists do too, instead of doing the hardest parts first, they actually start up here and they go all the way back down like that. That's what some people do anyway. There we go. That looks like a better hand, doesn't it? I know it probably just looks exactly the same, but that one looks... Yeah, that one looks more like what we were after. There we go. That's kind of more like what we were after originally. Okay, let's give glory to the Lord. I'm sorry, Lord, if this is a really cringy drawing. I know it is, but I tried, okay? I don't know. This is just a cringy one, man. I'm trying to draw like a happier character, right? Because some people, they ask me, why do you always draw like these knights? They look so violent. I'm just like, okay, I'm going to start drawing like happier things or something, right? Now, what I learned in Bridgman, the thing is, I'm going to bring up Bridgman a lot because this is where I learned how to figure draw. Bridgman, he brought up something about when you draw the toes, they're kind of like squares. I've always just remembered that. Now, I am not watching the BMX video, by the way. This guy's gonna be, he's gonna be a little... Now, actually, I kind of did that one wrong. I kind of want to, like, see, and there's actually some actually, I don't know. Because, see how this guy has, like, a patch right there? I kind of want to make the patch, like, right here. Because, see, if you do that right there, you can almost, like, bring that form. Because, you know, like, this cloak goes around his body, right? So I'm actually switching that up right there. He's going to have actually another one right over here. It's been tattered a bit. We're going to do like the little, it's actually, let's do a little tatter right there. A little like he's been out in the bushels a bit, man. Just kind of, you know, doing a little bit of that graffiti kind of thing up in there. Kind of digging it. The eyes are kind of weird. Kind of not digging that ear, but kind of want him to have a beard, but I'm not too sure exactly. I kind of want... I kind of want to like, maybe like... What am I doing? Let's put a little bit of some doodads up in here. Oh, actually I messed that up. See how there's like this line right here? Because this cloak goes behind this, up in here. This line actually needs to go down. I guess not really, but it kind of... I don't know what I'm talking about, everybody. I'm just kind of like... I'm going to be really honest. I kind of just scribble a lot of times, too. The guy's going to be wearing a bracelet. Oh, I don't like that, actually. Oh, fudge. No, I don't like that. I should have not done that. Just messed that up. Oh, let's see here. Ended up making a new Discord server. Just realized the one I used previously has some private gaming channel between close friends. Oh, interesting, huh?
Is there going to be how much money you can fundraise for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital using only $5?
Yeah, I mean, I am in this one Discord with some of my old buddies, but I don't really go on Discord much. Is this right here? How long are we? Almost 4 hours. Okay, we're making good time. I thought I was kind of stressing on the time, but kind of making time, I guess. Do you bear fruit? Let's bear fruit for the Lord, everybody. This dude is a trip, man. Oh my goodness. I kind of want to like do, you know, like when they have like the little wheat thing in their mouth. I kind of want to do that, but like, oh, I feel like I just mess it up. Put a little smile on this dude, little grin. You know, do the bike. Actually, should we even do a bike? Yeah, let's do a bike. I like drawing bikes, and it's just so weird. It's just so funny. Let's see here. Different poses: a cat, wolf, dogs, ect. Have fun. I think what's cool about these when you get into character drawings, if you get, I don't know about you guys, but you know, if you're like into like playing role-playing games, well, this is kind of like almost like the poor man's role-playing game. You know, all you need is a piece of paper. We're using a computer paper. This is no fancy paper. We're using computer papers. We're using Walmart colored pencils up in here, man. These are, you can get these for probably $1. Honestly, maybe more than $1 for a pack of them. And we're just using a mechanical pen. This is just a Bic mechanical pencil. And you got yourself the OG RPG game, brothers and sisters. Anybody watching these? It's probably the cheapest RPG game you could possibly play. You don't need no crazy system, unless you're streaming it, I guess. Now, what kind of bicycle is this guy going to be riding? That's the question. I can't believe I'm going to draw a bike on this guy. This is hilarious. Oh my goodness, this is so cringy. No, I need to be confident in what I'm doing. I'm not confident. I'm going to be really honest. I'm like, this is really weird. I used to love drawing with people on Sketch.io, now shut down but being revamped under a new name. And we just draw whatever, got really fun. Oh, that's interesting, yeah. I mean, I actually used to do that. There used to be one on DeviantArt or something like that. That was fun. I don't know if you guys remember, but there used to be this site called conceptart.org. And I was really, really big on that site, on conceptart.org, but it got shut down. I guess they like stuff. There was some sketchy stuff that happened. Money laundering. I mean, I know it wasn't money laundering. It was like they weren't paying people or something like that, or I don't know what it was, honestly. But oh, I forgot about that. Let's see here. Okay, let's draw this bicycle. What kind of bike is this guy going to be riding?
We're seeing EVs more every day. Good to know there's one that can still make...
I was like starting out right here, like the forks and stuff. And I always just, I know it probably seems boring, but I always just do the bike in this perspective because it's just way easier to do it. I can draw bikes in other perspective, and I have, but the thing is, then you have to do the perspective grid, you got to do all this other stuff, and if you just do the bike like this, it just makes it way easier. Oops, and I totally messed that up right there. I should probably think about this a little bit more. So we're head tube. Wheel. I'm really bad at the wheels, by the way. The wheels are probably the hardest area of the BMX bike. Get the pegs. Oops. I want to do like some weird geometry. No, I'll just do normal geometry.
I know we drew a little bird the other day. I kind of want to do that again. Do the lines for the staff. Oops, messed that up at all. They don't gotta be perfect. Thumbnail. Oh, let's see here. I'm slugging through this Trent Wolf. Just got tired. Think it will be a 2-day sketch. You know what I've been really digging creative? I've been digging just the one sitting finish. I feel like it kind of keeps it spontaneous. Because I'm what is it called when people don't finish anything? I feel like I'm one of those people. Which is weird because I feel like I used to not be like that. Because I'm like kind of one of these people where I just like start a lot of projects and, you know, I just end up not finishing anything, you know? Like I'm kind of like one of those people now. And the thing is, that's why I've kind of started doing this like weird like kind of like daily deadline, is because it kind of just gets me to like just focus, because I'm just like, okay, I have this thing, because I feel like once I get into like sometimes multi-day stuff, I end up getting like I don't finish anything. But that's just me. I mean, I don't know. Actually, I don't think that's just me. I might even just have undiagnosed ADHD or something like that. I really don't know, in all honesty. So I just have thousands and thousands. Yeah, I have so many drawings like this where it's just like I never finish anything. But I don't know, man. I just have such a hard time like finishing things now. Or I just get bored. I think that's the problem. Once I get bored with something, I'm just like, all right, I'll just work on something else. That's the kicker right there. Now, what I'm really curious of is how many people get bored like doing Bible studies and stuff like that, right? Because I honestly find the Bible studies that we're doing, I find them fun. I mean, I think most people just think I'm crazy, but like, I literally have fun doing those Bible studies just because like, they're just so, I don't know. It's almost like this right here, you know, it's so spontaneous, where if like, say, you know, I did a Bible study and I had to, you know, write every single word out that I was going to say, bro, I'd get burnt out of that, man. I would be like, dude, I couldn't do it that way. I honestly feel like I'm bearing more fruit doing things like this than, you know, the other way. I only have a few completed projects. Draw this all sheet.
Sheep. Ma. Ma. The other thing is I kind of have like a, kind of like a set thing that I kind of do, right? It's either I'm doing the armor of God, or I'm doing like a shepherd thing, or, you know, and then just adding a bike or something now, but, it's kind of what we're doing as of late. But the most fun ones I have are the armor of God ones. I feel like the armor of God ones are just like super fun, like all the time. That does not look, oh my goodness, I don't know what I'm doing. A baby sheep or something. It's crazy that you guys watch this stuff, man. I feel like this stuff would be just super boring. I don't know. I feel like that's the thing, is because, like, you know, we live in such an instant gratification society. I feel like it's actually like, you know, I feel like it's like made so many other things boring that people used to think were fun, right? They draw some mushrooms. They draw some mushrooms, dude. We're freehanding this mushroom, brothers. Mushrooms. Mushrooms. By the way, hobbits are very into mushrooms. You guys didn't know. They actually adore the mushrooms. Mushroom, 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 mushroom. This guy's got 0 offset forks. He's gonna have the special mushroom peg. Or no, he's gonna have the flatland pegs. Oh, you hear that? That was my lead breaking right there. He's got the special cross edition hubs. This dude's gonna be running front brakes. Homie got front brakes. Homie Dandingo, we got the front brakes up in here, man. It's headset. This is what I really like. I always like just drawing the bikes because, like, I just put whatever geometry I want. I'm like, I can be like my own bike designer. This kind of reminds me of Samwise. He kind of has he has a little, some characteristics of Samwise Genji. Now, it's actually funny, some other lore, some deeper lore about this, actually, is, you know, like, if you see a lot of marble sculptors, and see how, you know, like, they always, like, if you see a lot of marble sculptors, you see they connect these fingers right here a lot. Well, one of the reasons why they did that is because it's actually, it makes it more of a solid structure, because those fingers are very delicate, and sometimes they'd break off. But actually, those two fingers put together are actually, easier way to draw the middle finger and the ring finger many times. I kind of want to like put like a squirrel up here, but I feel like it would just like mess it up. Oh no, I ran out of lead. Look at that. The last of the lead. Tree people, tree people, tree people, tree people, tree people. We're playing Bible Adventures RPG games on the paper and pencil platform. Welcome everybody to BMX Bible Adventures. Or you can cultivate your own seeds of faith for the glory of the Lord. Let's see, what kind of down tube are we going to have up in here? I think let's just have a normal down tube. Man, this thing has a lot of commercials. Mess me up. Mess me up. Now, what I actually heard from, I think it was actually, what I've heard a lot of BMX, people that build BMX bikes, is they actually start with the seat tube. I don't know why. I think there's something with the, I think that geometry and then this geometry is very, very important. It's actually weird if you see people how they actually make how they weld BMX bikes, is they actually have this entire, like, it kind of looks like a rectangle, right? And they have all these, like, weird gauges. And you can change the angles of all these tubes, and they pre-cut these. Well, they cut the tubes out right within that certain angle, and then they set it in this like weird like tube thing or this weird rectangle like diameter thing, and then that's how they weld it. They go, and then that's how they make the bikes like that. Very interesting, actually. Now that's actually one of the reasons as well. There's I've seen some now this isn't like in the BMX field, but there are some like videos on like people that got into making bikes and stuff like that and just customized bikes and stuff like that. And a lot of people that started doing it, they actually started collecting bike parts. You know, because once you collect enough bike parts, you can just start experimenting, right? You can just start Frankensteining stuff up. You can be like, okay, well, I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to put that old bike and I'm going to weld that on there. And that's what I heard, what some people that started getting into like welding and building bikes, that's actually how they started. They were just Frankenstein things together. The Frankenstein. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Put the seat tube in there. Now there's actually different things right up in there. I know the Wishbone as well has different different things people do as well. This area is always hard to draw for me. I mean, I kind of just guessed it right there, but you know, there's different ways you can draw that. Guesstimization. And we think that's where the bottom bracket is, so that actually there's a crank arm that goes out like that. I actually got that wrong. That crank arm is way too big, but oh well, we're going with it. Let's see here, where are we at right here? Let's put a seat tube up in here. Let's put a chain on here. I gotta have a chain on me. Okay, let's draw this Flatland Edition bicycle. It's going to be running a 32 millimeter stem, customized redemption stem. We're gonna be running these really low bars. This dude's been inspired by Day Smith. Shout out to Day Smith. Actually, maybe I should put some like Day Smith geometry up in there. I know Day Smith's signature frame or whatever, the EP had like this kind of like weird dual gusset thing right there. Okay, let's do this up in here. Put the bottom tube up in here. He's gonna be running like 7.77 bars, homies. Yeah, he's running these small bars. He's bringing back the small bars, dude. Because, you know, the thing about the small bars that people don't realize is that a lot of these gnarly vert riders, they would actually run these small bars. And you know why? Is because you can do these can maneuvers. You could literally do like a can turn down or something like that with these small bars. It's hilarious. But people don't like run them because they look all weird, but this Hobbit is. He's running now, okay? Dude's running the lever. We got there. We got up in there. I always like drawing bikes. Bikes are just fun. Holy moly, that dude just did a fork. What did I just see? Uh-oh. The video got paused. What is this? Why isn't it working? Feeding dogs, be right back. Okay, no worries. This dude's growing. Let us grow for the Lord. Grow, 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 grow. Grow for the Lord. Do everything for the glory of God. Whether we eat or drink, we can do it for the glory of the Lord. Do a little gyro. That's the funny thing, is because I've learned a lot of my drawing from believers, so it's like, hopefully, you know, it'd be hilarious if hopefully I could inspire some people that don't even believe, and they would take the same thing that I'm doing, because a lot of these techniques I've learned from believers. That's the weird thing about it, but I would like to think, you know, even if there was an unbeliever that started doing the exact same thing I started doing, well, just know, deep in the lore, brothers, there was a believer that taught me, so... And there's probably a believer that taught that one believer as well, so... Just know, the lore runs deep, everybody. I forgot the barrel adjuster. The Tech 77 levers. Put the bar on right there. Now this is the hardest part about the BMX bike, I think, is just these darn tires, man. I don't do spokes. The spokes just always just, man. I'm just right now, I just don't want to mess with it. We're just let's go with it. Boom, let's go. Boom. I'm gonna do around probably like 1.75 tires. Or I've been loving the 1.75 tires. Holy moly, that changed my riding so much, dude. Now, mushroom. What is that thing right there? Oh yeah, that's a giant mushroom right there, man. It's a giant mushroom. Okay, let's see here. I feel like this thing looks weird.
This will do a little Easter egg. The only company that's ever hooked it up. A little Easter egg. I'm going to do it very vaguely and give them a shout out. Only bike company that's ever really helped me out in terms of the actual company people, but I'm going to do it very vaguely to where it's like you can't really tell unless you're a BMX rider. You'd be like, what in the world is that? The only company that's helped me out so far, so. Well, I guess Golden Days, but in terms of like giving me parts, they've hooked it up. This is the only company that's hooked me up. Now, I've had many friends that rode for companies that gave me their old parts, but in terms of a bike company that's actually legitimately hooked it up, it's only been that one so far. So, I'll give them a little Easter egg shout out. Vague Easter egg shout out. Very, very vague. I mean, I feel like if you were a BMX rider, you'd tell though. You'd be like, what in the world? What is that? Push this over. By the way, I also think what helps me get kind of more into the mode of drawing is just listening to like weird like RPG game music. I got a little sheep. Ma. Ma. What's crazy is, oh, you know what's actually funny? There's actually a Flatland BMX rider. His name's Moya Flat, and I see him. That's his local spot, I think. That's hilarious that they're still riding that spot, bro. I think this video's like 23 years old or something. What in the world? They're still riding that spot, man. Like, is it really that flat that you guys are still riding that spot? That's what I'm wondering, like you guys are still riding that spot? It's insane. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, his name's Moya Flat, by the way, if anybody that's, Darn, that does not look like a shelf. Oh, sure.
They'll just say big on a Bluetooth speaker at Amazon. And oh boy.
Cheap. Cheap. Hey, you know what, Creative, if you're still in here, you know what's really interesting? I saw this video, and there was this one dude. He was saying, you know, like the verse that says like the lion was gonna lay down with the lamb or something like that. Some people have actually said, I don't know if you're still listening, but some people have actually said that it's actually meant to be a wolf. A wolf is to lie with the sheep. Have you heard that? And there was a video that I recently saw, and they said that a lot of people get that wrong. I always kind of wished like the Bible like talked a little bit more about like dogs and stuff like that, you know? Haven't heard. Yeah, I saw. I mean, I don't know how
true it is, but I saw it on Reddit. Like some like believer like made a video. He was like common misconceptions that people have of certain things. This time I don't actually have to even bring out reference for the bird, because I'm kind of just doing the bird like we did last time. Bible Adventures RPG game. No, it's Bible Adventures BMX. It's BMX Bible Adventures. The growing of the mysteries of the tree people. Maybe that's what it would be titled as. BMX Bible Adventures, Mysteries of the Tree People. Tree people? What are you guys talking about? Tree people? What are tree people? Little sheep, little BMX bike. Dude's freaking straight up growing, bro. This dude's growing, man. What's this dude selling over here, man? What's up with this dude? What's he going on over here, man? Is this dude selling drugs? I don't know. He's not selling drugs. This dude's proclaiming the word, man. What verse should we put up in here? What verse should I put in here? Maybe a verse that we covered today? John 15? See, I really like this part of the drawing, right? We've got a lot of the... I feel like, man, if you guys get into doing these characters, just remember, man. I learned this from Brad Rennie. Just the hardest part. And I didn't even finish this part out, right? Now, the thing is, now, the next part, which is very frustrating. This can get frustrating, but you remember we can erase things, right? Is the ink layer, man. The ink layer is just so, like... Oh my goodness, because, like, see how much time this just took me? Now, the ink layer is, like, to the point where I'm like, okay, let's ink this out, everybody. We're going to ink it out. And then I just, like, and I just mess it up. Or, like, I press the pen down too much and the ink just, like, smears down on the page. Just, like, creeps out. I'm like, oh my god. I think we're just going to keep with pencils, because I feel like... I actually think that's maybe why I stopped doing like these characters, because I got too stressed out, man. I was literally drawing them, inking them in one sitting, and it was just stressing me out too much. But I feel like if I just keep it with the pencil, it's like way less like taxing on me. So I'm like, okay, I can just erase it. we can just start over. Let's see here. Every branch in me that does not... Should I put that verse up in there? Would that make sense in here? I mean right here? Because that's like the word, right? And this can be kind of like the branch or something. I don't know if that one's the one I should do, but I think that one, because yeah, it's like the vine, right? Yeah, because there's like fruit right there, so it kind of makes sense, right? That's the other thing. I don't like pick one of these verses and I'm like, okay, I'm going to draw that exact same thing. I feel like I actually have trouble doing that. I like just like doing like little, like kind of like, you can draw a lot of stuff that, but the thing is we can acknowledge God in all of our ways in some degree, right? That's why I like doing like the Bible thing, is because you can just like draw a plant growing from it, and there's so many verses about plants, and then like, things like that you can just add in there, right? So we're going to put that verse in there today. Okay, let's see here. Do that real quick. Where is that thing at? Straight edge. Oops. Okay, let's write John 15:2 in here, which is kind of funny because we actually did a Bible study on this verse. It's kind of funny. But I can only think of like right here. I mean, maybe I could do like a pruning. Let's do like one that was like right here, and it was like pruned. Okay, so that makes more sense, right? Does that make sense, or am I going crazy? I feel like that would make sense, but... Oh, look at this guy. He's got his own garage setup. That's basically the square footage I'm riding in. Oh, that's Pete Brandt. Interesting. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, that's what I was saying, like, that's why, like, if you guys, like, want to, like, maybe, like, there's so many things you can tie it in, especially, like, that's why I really like doing, like, the studies on, like, plants and fruit and things of that nature, right? Because when you draw something, you can just add that in and just add that verse in, right? On the Discord? Well, check it out. My bad if I don't get to your messages right away. Generally, like, when I end these streams, I'm just like, boom, 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 and I just, like, just get it done, and I'm just, I have other stuff I gotta get, do and stuff like that. So I apologize if I don't get to your stuff right away. There are so many commercials up in here, man. this verse up in here. Generally, it's kind of weird. I actually write kind of like... You know what's actually weird is I've been drawing all these characters standing up. I'm not sitting down doing these things. I feel like it's kind of getting me a little bit more like, I gotta finish it. It's actually weird now. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, man, all these drawings, man, there's actually only the first one I was sitting down. All these drawings, I'm actually standing up drawing these things. It's like weird. I like don't even think about it anymore. I'm like, whoa, dude, it's crazy. I kind of feel like it's better for my posture. Okay, let's write John 15:2. Every branch. And where's my... Actually, I'm going to put it over. No, where's that? Where'd that paper go? There it is. Oh, darn it. I guess we'll just zoom it in. Let's see if it can work. Fudge. Come on, buddy. Not that zoomed in. I know out a little bit. There we go. Every branch in me. Darn, this thing's not loadable. Okay, let's put this paper up in here so I don't smear anything. Dude, how crazy would it be if like a bunch of... You know, sometimes I wonder, like, how crazy would it be if, like, pastors, like, started, like, streaming, like, a lot or something like that, right? Because sometimes I wonder, like, how are they writing their sermons and stuff like that? Are they just, like, reading a bunch of commentaries? Like, I'm not too sure, honestly. Every branch in me By the way, I feel like I would never want to be like a pastor at like a church, right? You know, in some weird way, I feel like I'd be more called to just be like some sort of street person or something. I know it probably sounds weird, but I honestly feel like I'm wondering sometimes what the Lord thinks about it, you know, like about just like bearing fruit, right, and stuff like that. There's even just this verse thinking about it, right?
My father founded St. Jude Children's Research Hospital because he believed no child should die.
Every branch in me that does not. This is a longer verse, wow. Does not. He takes away. There's actually a bunch of pastors that actually stream. You know, one dude that actually has a lot of joy is Pastor Dutzen. I think he's actually one of the biggest, probably pastors that stream on Twitch. I mean, that dude's a really joyous dude. You guys follow that guy? You guys should follow that guy, Pastor Dutzen. That dude knows a lot about the Bible. And the first thing that I noticed about him is, man, that dude is just a joyous person.
Like when I kind of just observed it, I'm like, man, I need to be more joyous. I feel like I need to remind myself that too, because sometimes I can get kind of like I kind of don't like what I'm doing or something like that. It's not bear fruit. He takes away. You know what's actually funny too is how I found, well, not how I found, but there's actually one of like the biggest like Christian streamers. He actually plays WoW, right? I think his name's like Mr. Sozy or something like that. But he's like a gnarly WoW player. I'm like, dang, it's so crazy. Like, that so many like believers are playing WoW, and he like. What's funny, what the whole ironic thing is, he actually mains a paladin. That's the funny thing. Away, comma. And every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes. Every branch that does bear fruit. Does bear fruit, he prunes. Comma, that it may bear more fruit. See, sometimes I wonder, like, how much fruit is a lot of fruit? Because, you know, there's that one verse that says, by this my Father is glorified, that ye bear much fruit, and so prove to you my disciples. Well, what does that really mean, right? I mean, I guess I kind of thought about it today, but I'm like, how much fruit should we be bearing? I guess ultimately, thinking about the commentaries, is it's like, are we trying to glorify God in all areas of our life? That is the kicker, right? I think that's what it, well, I guess that's what some of the commentaries kind of made me think of, but that it may bear more fruit. John 15:2. Oh, darn it. Did I just spell John wrong? Oh my goodness, I did. You gotta be kidding me. I'm really glad I didn't do that with ink right there. Holy moly, that would have been bad. Okay. Done. Put my signature right down there or something. This will just do like a, I don't want to do a long signature.
There you go. The master cultivator. No, he's actually not the master. He's a top level cultivator, let's just say. Thank you. I was stressing in the beginning. I kind of didn't know what I was doing in the beginning, but the thing is, the other reason why I draw these things out a little bit, because I think some people might be like, how are you drawing these things out so fast, right? Well, the thing is, I've drawn a lot of pieces like this, man. Like, I literally have this piece, like, right kind of next to it. You know? I've drawn these things a lot, right? It's like, got the mushroom right there, I got this, you know. But it's, like, different, but it's, like, basically kind of like, this one actually looked different. This one's more Samwise Genji-ish. I also have this piece out too, right? That's what I was thinking about doing, the squirrel right there. I feel like that would be kind of like... And like the other thing is, I've drawn a lot of these items many, many times. Like the shepherd staff I've drawn many times. I've drawn this cloak many times. I've drawn this thing right here, this little leaf bag. I've probably drawn so many leaf bags, I've probably drawn hundreds of these little leaf bags already. The big struggle is this hand right here. These hands are kind of like, it's like the hard part. And at this point, it's like I could just keep going on and on and on. I need to give my wife more presents. She sends me food unexpectedly. I know, huh? Shouldn't we be treating our spouses like the church or something like that, right? I don't know exactly that verse, but I think it says something like that. He's gonna have kind of like a and see, now we can just like really go in, see? Like just really kind of just... See, now we can start thinking about like little details. So we got like, a lot of the other stuff done. So even like that little thing, I mean, you could probably even barely even see that, right? But just like that little like curl of the hair, right? And this little part right here, right? I just like kind of like that. Just little things, And maybe this guy has like a little. Yeah, this guy kind of has like a little beard or something. And just a little bit indicating the nose right there. Just really subtle stuff, you know? And this is just stuff that and you know, now we can kind of like get into like, you know, anatomy stuff, right? Like that's part of the cheekbone. Like if we were to think about this as like a skull, right? You know, just thinking about like the skull, the eyeball, you know, there would be the nose cavity right there. Maybe he has like an Adam's apple. There's like really little things now. And maybe like indicating like this is part of right there. Now another thing is what a lot of inkers do is see how there's like this break point right here? Or like take for example like right up here. Actually, can you see that? Let's see here. See, take for example like this right here, right? Now a lot of pencilers that are really, really good at inking, what they do is they leave that open, right? Because they know if there was an inker, they know that that's where the light source would probably be, right? And so since we know that that would probably be the light source, what does that mean right there? This probably needs to be a thicker line, right? Just like little things like this, just like super minute little details like that. And since we're thinking that the light source is going to be like that, right? We can kind of almost bold some of these lines now at the bottom, right? So we're like, okay, well, so if the light source is coming like this, let's bold some of these lines out like this one right here. Like there wouldn't be a highlight right there, right? Oh wait, that's not even, I'm not even on the camera thing. But you know, just thinking about stuff like that. Cheeseburger. I can actually imagine this dude probably likes cheeseburgers. He probably likes a lot of potatoes. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Now I guess this could almost be like a branch too, so maybe we can like add some like some fruits or something. Maybe like this is like has a couple fruits or something growing out of it. Actually, I'm going to exit out of this now. Almost done. There we go, buddy. Now the eyeballs, I'm going to be really honest, I really struggle with the eyeballs. And why I struggle with the eyeballs is because, you know, when you put that pupil in, it's like, it's either if you mess that up, it's like, dude, I have to like redraw the entire thing, kind of. I want to like put a couple more like, plants up in here. Now at this point, it would be cool if I could just give this to like an inker, just be like, hey bro, here you go, ink it out. But what inkers like is they like to really see stuff like that. They go, okay, well, how is this shadow gonna go in here? Now what some inkers actually do is they'll actually scan this drawing in and they'll actually do a couple they'll print it out and they'll do a couple practice runs on it. They'll be like, okay, well, let's just give it a little practice run. Now, another thing that you can think about as well is like, you know, the little detail aspect. It's just thinking about like, how does this form roll on? See how like there's like this thing right here? Like how does, I just totally messed it up right there, darn it. That's what happens if I, so that's the other thing is every time I move my pencil, I always get that edge again, right? And when I'm talking about the edges, I do this. This is what this paper is for. Boom, I get that edge again. That's what, and so we can think, okay, so that's like kind of like going around his body, right? You kind of think of it as kind of maybe going around like that. Kind of like you're almost like sculpting it, right? But like quickly sculpting it. Totally messed that up. There's all this stuff I messed up right there. Alrighty, I think I'm about done. Oh, this one's brutal. I tried to do it, but this one's definitely a harder one. Still like not completely happy with that staff. I mean, I honestly feel like I could probably ink it out, but it's just gonna take too much time. I'm gonna get going as well. I am tired and I'm hungry as well. But that is, holy moly, man, these characters are, it's actually really crazy I started drawing again, man. It's actually funny, Creative Fit, you're actually kind of the one that kind of got me into drawing again. Peace out, Creative Fit, dude. Thanks for tuning in, man. I know these things are kind of brutal to do in one sitting, but we're attempting it, man. I'm going to push this over just a little bit more because this is going to be the thumbnail. I guess that'll be the thumbnail. Have a good one, Creative Fit, dude. Thanks for stopping by, man. I always appreciate it, man. Man, these streams are brutal. I guess they're not that brutal, but... And that's the thumbnail, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. And we can just have fun. We're trying to acknowledge God in all our ways, and some weird way these drawings kind of just feel like we're just playing some crazy RPG game. But this is like an RPG game where we can like try to acknowledge God, right? We can try to give glory to the Lord, and maybe a way that, you know, we kind of even almost kind of hit many plant maybe more trees or seeds, sow more seeds than other things. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Peace out, everybody. Thank you, Wings, for tuning in. Man, you guys have been in here for a long time. It's crazy. I apologize, anybody, if I've said anything wrong. I can't edit these streams out, so, you know, you get what you get, you know, it's like... And the Bible study was really hard today, so if you guys are just tuning in, trying to maybe even listen to the Bible study today was super, super hard, but it was actually on this this verse right here. Joe Fate, what's up, man? Alright, I'm out of here, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Till next we meet, travelers. Farewell.